Hello, everyone. From today, we'll start section B, part 1. And I'll give you an introduction. Let us go to the text first. So, if you notice here, part 1, section B is planning, budgeting, and forecasting. There's a lot to study here. And the weightage for the exam is 20%. If you remember, the weightage for the exam for external reporting, section A, was 15%. So we had to study so much for 15%. But here, I feel it would take lesser time than section A, and the weightage is more. So basically, they have put here that section B focuses on the budgeting process in a business and its inseparable connection with the planning process. Well, let me tell you something. Nowadays, the trend has changed a little bit. They're asking a lot of questions on strategy. So be very familiar with strategy and study some case studies, even outside the text. Okay, watch some videos, some YouTube videos, authentic ones about strategy and what the companies have really adopted. You can learn a lot from real life situations. So remember that the focus nowadays is more on strategy, right? So be prepared for word questions on strategy. There would be numerical questions related to budgeting, like how much should be budgeted for a particular period, both in dollar amounts as well as in quantities, in units, right? So that's about it here. And later on, I'm going to show you now an Excel sheet, which would give you a better overview of what the whole thing. So now this Excel sheet is a bird's eye view of what you're going to study. And sometimes some multiple choice questions can be answered only by referring to this chart. So the planning, budgeting, and forecasting process starts with an objective. The objective is determined by the organization's mission and vision statement. I'll be showing you in the next video some companies' mission and vision statements, right? So this would give an objective. Of course, every company's objective would be to make money, to have a profit, but putting that as an objective directly is a little vulgar, right? So an objective should have a higher purpose, something what it would give to the society, right? So the focus should be that. And that is, of course, determined by the top management. The top management's ideas and the purpose of the business is given by its objective. Then a broad guideline that also directed by the top management. What is going to be its strategy? A broad guideline in which way it would go, how it would deal with the competition, etc. So all that would be determined by its strategy. So what do we study under strategy? Basically, there are 5 steps in strategy. We'll be studying that. And then the external environment of pest analysis, political, economical, social, and technological analysis, internal environment, which is SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats, right? And then we would study the BCG matrix, the Porter's 5 forces of Porter's 5 forces of competition and competitive advantage. BCG matrix will tell you at what stage your product is in, whether it's in a star stage or a cow stage, etc., etc. We'll come to that when we discuss more about strategy. Then the strategy is broken down into more tactical plans, the actions what they will be taken. This would, you see, this strategy is usually long term. We don't change strategy every day, right? So depending on the environment, it would be usually around 5 years, right? Then middle management would devise the tactical plans to get to the strategy, to implement the strategy. So plans are to implement the strategy, and generally they would span about 1 to 5 years. The plans are broken down into yearly budgets. Now, this is what we would study in detail. The middle and lower management would be responsible for preparing the budget. Budgets are many types. There are incremental budget, zero-based budget, activity-based budget, rolling budget, flexible budget, project budget, and performance budget. We'll be studying all these budgets in great detail. Budgets is mainly split into, master budget is split into operating budget and financial budget. They are connected. Operating and financial are connected. Under operating, we study the schedules to the income statement actually. Sales, production budget, everything starts with sales budget. The budgeting process starts with sales budget. Once you know how much you will sell, then you will determine how much you will make. Depending how much you will make, you will determine how much you will buy. And then whatever you need, the direct labor and overhead for the production. And selling and administration budget is also made to support the entire function. So all these are inputs to the income statement. So I would say the operating budget and its schedules to the operating budget would be a direct link to the income statement. The income statement depends on all those schedules. And then from the income statement, you would prepare the balance sheet because it needs an input. Balance sheet needs an input from the income from the income statement. That is the profit. The profit goes to retained earnings, right? And there's a connection both ways because fixed assets would give rise to depreciation, which is accounted in the income statement. And then from the balance sheet, a statement of cash flows can be prepared. Capital expenditure budget can be done independently, right? Because that requires what kind of machines to buy, what kind of plant and equipment to invest in. So, and would it be feasible or not? All that would be studied under CapEx, capital expenditure budget. Usually the last budget, after getting all these right, all the budgets are made, the last budget to be made is the cash budget, wherein they determine how much cash is required to implement the whole thing, what are the incomes, what are the sources, what are the uses of cash, etc. would be planned with the cash budget. So this is the overview of what we are going to do, but that's not all. In order to implement a successful budget, certain tools and techniques have to be studied, which are forecasting techniques. We would be studying in section B, the time series, regression analysis, multiple regression. All this would help us in forecasting. Learning curve would help us in forecasting the labor hours and the labor cost as well. Simulation is also studying different scenarios. Sensitivity analysis is studying which variable would affect the profit or the result the most. And probability theory would take into account the chance, the likelihood, I would say that is the better word, a likelihood of a certain event happening. So this likelihood can be measured in numbers. So that's what we do in probability theory. Risk, uncertainty, and expected values are dependent, is an extension of the probability theory. And finally, we prepare pro forma financial statements. What are pro forma financial statements? They are model financial statements, right? And once we prepare that, then the financial budget can be finalized. So first you prepare a model and then make modifications to it, and then the financial budget can be finalized. So all this helps in strategy, planning, and budgeting process. So this is the bird's eye view of what we are in for and what we would be studying in the future videos. Hello friends. In the last session, I had spoken about an overview of section B, and an overview of the planning, budgeting, and strategic process, right? So now we will go deep. We will dive deep into the details. So let us start with the planning process, and then we will talk about strategy. So basically, what is a plan? And is it necessary? Planning in general refers to the process that provides guidance and direction regarding what an organization needs to do throughout its operations. So each one has a different explanation about planning. I would say planning is a process where you would know where you will be in the achievement of your mission or goals, right? It also sets a time frame. That's main thing, because time is a very limited resource. So you can achieve your goal maybe after 100 years. So that's not what you want to do, right? So you want to achieve your goal or mission in optimum time. You cannot crash it, right? So planning would give you also a time frame of what needs to be done and when. I would define it that way. Planning is usually not a popular activity. Well, these are the companies who would fail. Failing to plan is planning to fail, right? So that's what the saying goes. So if you think it's a waste of time, you are going to fail in your mission. So what I would suggest, even on an individual basis, not necessarily at a company level, on an individual basis. Now, for example, you want to pass your CMA, that's your goal and mission. So you put out a plan. First get the latest material and then draw out a plan. That's a must. That plan will motivate you. Like they say, anything that is measured gets done. So a plan, having a plan is a guideline where you can measure your performance. So when you can measure your performance, that work gets done. Otherwise, it's all left open. It will be procrastinated and nothing would be done. Okay. So thinking planning is a waste of time is a big mistake, right? So you should have a plan, even if you're not achieving it. Even if you're not achieving it, the plan might be too tight. Do not revise your plan too often, because then it would lose seriousness. You would lose seriousness in it. Keep the plan, even if you're lagging behind, you know where you should have been and where you are now, right? So that is what is very much necessary. So that's about planning. It forces you to look at your operations and look into the future, right? It gives you a foresight into the whole process. Now, there's a lot of theory here. I would go to the main points. So now here, after you know the importance of plan, what is strategic planning? So basically, we'll come to what is strategic planning. It is a broad guideline, as I told you. Okay, now there are two opposing philosophies of how a management would achieve its mission. Okay, the market theory gives management a defensive role where basically it's reacting to environmental events. Whereas the planning and control theory gives management an active role where it decides to uh, influence or change certain things which is happening around them, right? So it's having the ability to control the activities of the business, not just react to them. So these are the two broad opposing philosophies. Generally, companies would be somewhere in between these two extremes. Sometimes they will have to react, sometimes they will have to act. Okay, so this is just some philosophies of how some companies would operate. Okay, now strategic plans are long-term plans. They are broad guidelines. So I would say to read this note, strategic planning is directional rather than operational. It gives a direction to the company, right? So this means, of course, it all depends on the mission and vision of the company. This means that the company's leadership focus on where it wants to go instead of how it will get there. How it will get there is done by tactical or intermediate plans done generally by the uh, middle management and also upper management. Sometimes they say a tactical plan should take 1 to 3 years. It depends on a company. We cannot put that down. Depends on the industry, on the company. Okay. And then, yes, after having a plan, there should be also a contingency plan. What's a contingency plan? It's a plan B, basically. If some negative events happen, some unforeseen, or you're trying to foresee the events, right? It is a what if planning. If something happens, what do you do next? Right? For example, I'll give an example in today's scenario. You should have a contingency plan because jobs are not secure anymore. Amazon has been sacking people, Facebook has been sacking people, right? Job stability isn't there. So a contingency plan is a must. If you lose your job, what then? Don't take your job as permanent. Similarly, when a company plans a certain course of action and a certain strategy, COVID happened out of the blue, any black swan event, right? What do you do next? What do you fall back upon? What's your alternate plan? So that is contingency plan, and that should be in place always. Maybe upskilling in case of individuals, upskilling is a contingency plan. So if something goes wrong with this job, you should be able to do something independently, even without joining any other company, until at least you get another job. So those kind of things are contingency planning. So a format plan is not all rosy. It does have its limitations. It has its benefits. Okay, it gives a strict discipline to have a formal plan, but also it can be very rigid and can constrain creativity. Like if there is another opportunity, the top management may say just that it is not in the budget or is not in the plan, right? So it can constrain creativity. So when very much necessary, it should be circumvented. You should go round about that and try to achieve your main mission and goal. Now, what you may need to memorize is the strategic planning process, which consists of 5 steps to define the company's mission, the purpose of why it is there, why it exists, its vision, how it sees itself, the values, the behavioral and social values, and the goals. Goals and mission is more or less the same. And to achieve this, achieve the mission, it would analyze external competitive environment to identify opportunities and threats. Then after doing that, internally, to identify their strengths, weakness, and limitations of the organization. This can be applied even on an individual basis. You have a mission, you study the environment, right? You study the environment and see for opportunities to achieve the mission. Then you check your own strengths and weakness and how to overcome your weakness or strengthen your strengths, right? So that has to be done. And then finally, after doing all that, they formulate strategies, selecting the strategies which is in line, in sync with the mission and goals of the organization. It shouldn't lose sight of its mission at any point of time, right? And it would actually optimize the organization's strengths, correct its weakness, for the purpose of taking advantage of the external opportunities and countering the external threats. So what they have done here is SWOT analysis. Strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Okay, it will check its strengths and weaknesses, which is internal, to counter the opportunities or to make use of an opportunity and to counter the external threats. So SW is internal, OT is external. And then develop and implement the chosen strategies. So these are the 5 steps. Now, if you want to remember this, I'll give you a memory aid, but this is my memory aid. You can choose one of your own where you can, which can help you remember these 5 steps. M for mission. Okay, we can put M for mission. E for external. So me, analyzing external, me. And I for internal, analyzing internal. F for formulating, and D for developing and implementing. So what I would put it as, me if developing. So that means if I have to develop, I have to follow these steps. Okay, so me, M for mission, E for external competitive environment analysis, I for internal operating environmental analysis, F for formulating strategies, and D for developing. So me if developing. You can remember it that way, right? Or any other way which you find it easy to remember. But these steps are necessary in case they ask you an essay or a multiple choice question. Okay, so we would go in details of each of these 5 steps in the next session. We would start with the company's mission, vision, values, and goals. Hello, everyone. In this lesson, we'll be studying those steps, those 5 steps of strategic planning process in more detail. We'll start off with the mission. So let's go to the text. So this was the strategic planning process, the 5 steps. I told you a memory aid, me if developing, right? So those memory aids was discussed. I'll just give you an example of strategy. Strategy is a broad guideline, as I have told you before. If y'all are familiar with the cricketing game, the game of cricket, you would know the West Indies. The West Indies, a long time ago, were not a very strong team. And what happened is they realized that they have certain strengths. What was their strengths? Okay, so they did an internal analysis and found out they have certain strengths. And what is that strength? That their people, West Indian people, are strong, tall, hefty. Okay, and they decided they would develop fast bowlers, right? Because depending on the strengths, they realized they can develop fast bowlers because they are strong people, basically. And they studied the external environment also and saw an opportunity there. they found out that many people are scared or very, very terrified about fast bowling, right? And history also says that uh, people are very, very scared of fast bowling, right? Going into the 1930s, the bodyline attack, etc. So they knew that this is an opportunity. So they then developed a battery of fast bowlers called the fearsome foursome, four main fast bowlers. And then they started winning matches, and then there was no looking back. They were very successful. So that is an example of a strategy, right? How they develop those fast bowlers is tactical plans. And then how they would approach a game is something like a budget, getting into smaller areas, right, to achieve their mission. The mission, of course, is to be the best team in the world, probably, right? So that is an example of a broad guideline in which direction they should be going. So the direction they chose was to actually go into fast bowling and develop fast bowlers because of their strengths and the opportunities they saw. So now we are going to talk about the first one, the missions. What is a mission statement? Actually, mission, as I told you, a company's mission and vision statement should be displayed at the gate of the company or an organization. And it is generally put up or displayed where everybody can see it. All the employees, the management, the customers, suppliers, everybody should be able to see the mission and vision statement of a firm. So a statement of the company's mission is its reason to be, the purpose it exists. Vision is a future desired state, how it sees itself in future. It should have the statement of organization's values, right? What are its values? That is, what it thinks is morally correct, its principles, right? So, and then a statement of its major goals in order to achieve the mission. So it should have all this four. And one thing you should note here very carefully is it should be customer oriented. The customer groups that will be served, the customer needs, and by what means, what is the skills or knowledge or distinctive competencies the customer would be served with. It should be customer-centered rather than product-centered. This is very correct because ultimately, for a firm or an individual to be successful, he should be satisfying some of the people's needs. If you are developing a product and nobody wants it, then what's the use of developing such a product? So it should all be what people need. You're out there to help the people and the society, right? So that is the main thing. A mission should be customer oriented and not only product centered, right? If the customer needs that product, you develop that product. If the customer doesn't need it and you are doing it for your own passion, it's of no use. So in order to be successful, a mission should have these qualities. A reason to be, vision is a future desired state, a statement of its values and a statement of its goals, and it should be customer oriented. Now, let us look at one of the missions of a real company. I'd share it. This is the vision and mission statement of DHL. Everybody knows the brand DHL. It doesn't need any introduction, right? So DHL's vision is to be a post office for Germany. I don't know exactly what that means, post office for Germany, and a logistics company for the world. Now, this I understand. This is its vision. That's how it sees itself, as a logistics company for the world. And it is true because they operate in 220 countries. They mentioned that, right? And they offer enter new markets where nobody has entered before. And our vision indicates that we want to be a logistic company which people will return. So the customer focus here. We will be their first choice. Not only by delivering shipments, but they see themselves as an employee or an investor as well. Now, the mission is very interesting. 4 main elements. We make our customers, employees, investors even more successful, right? So that is the reason to be. And if you noticed, customer oriented. We always show respect. So this is values, right? This is values. We facilitate and simplify the lives of customers and contribute to make the entire world better, right? And this can be the goals in order to achieve the mission. So we are convinced that it is also in the interest of our stakeholders, that whoever is interested in the company, who benefits from the company, that is the customers, employees, investors to achieve all these goals. That means it's customer oriented, basically. Not only customers, it extends itself to its stakeholders, employers, employees, investors, etc., to achieve all these goals. So these are the goals by which it would achieve the mission. So we can say all these are goals to achieve the mission. And by interacting with DHL Parcel, customers benefit from great services. So this is a very, very nice example of mission and vision statement. So let us get back to the text. So we studied the mission statement, right? And mission, what he says here, shouldn't suffer from myopia, that is short-sightedness. It should be future-looking. It should encompass the future as well. And this vision is, as I told you, how the company sees itself, right? So vision is a desired future state. And what are company values? Values is, as I told you, how the employees or customers should behave, how the employees or managers should behave, what they feel is wrong, right or wrong, and their principles. The values is a foundation of the organization culture. So the top management values somehow percolates down to all the levels of the organization's hierarchy, right? And mainly respect for interest, a deep respect for interest of customers, employees, and the stakeholders, in other words, has been associated with high performance in firms. So that should be noted, right? And the goals, as we saw in the DHL example, is a precise and measurable future state of the company, what company wants to achieve in order to achieve its mission. Okay, so to tell it just in a short way, a corporate goal is a measurable future state that the company wants to achieve, right? So goals and objectives are actually used interchangeably, even though they have mentioned here that objectives are the series of steps taken to achieve the goal. They are very, very closely related. Okay, and that's about it. So in order to achieve the goals, what they say is you should be efficient and effective. What is efficiency and effectiveness? Efficiency is doing a task correctly and rightly with minimum inputs, Effectiveness is doing the correct thing, doing a thing correctly and doing the correct thing. You're doing the correct task. You're not doing the wrong task efficiently, right? So that is the meaning of efficiency and effectiveness. Both are important to achieve your goal. Now, Hawk gives a very good example here, which is a little bit funny. So passing the CMA exam with a minimum passing score of 360 is both effective and efficient because you have reached your goal, you have attained it, so you have done all the right things. And efficient, you have not spent too much of time or more than necessary time to achieve it. Passing with a very high score is effective because goal is reached, but is not efficient because more time and resources were spent. Whereas only 360, studying exactly for 360 would have been more than enough, right? So, but failing the exam, even if by one question, is neither effective nor efficient. It's a good example, actually, right? So this gives you, so in order to achieve a goal, you should note that efficiency and effectiveness is required. So that same thing applies for studies as well. You should be efficient. You should be able to achieve a lot with minimum time or optimum time. I wouldn't say minimum time, optimum time, the correct amount of time. And you should be studying the correct things, doing the right thing. What is the use of doing very easy questions efficiently when it is not going to be effective? Because in the exam, you're going to get tougher than that. So better do the tough questions. That way you're doing the right thing, you're being effective, and try to do it quickly as possible, not in a great dashing hurry, right? With optimum time, that would be efficiency. So in the next session, we would speak about analyzing external and internal environments. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another lesson of strategy. Actually, we'll be continuing with those 5 steps. I have spoken about mission and vision. Now we'll go to the second step, that is analysis of the external environment. Let's go to the text and see the main points there. I'm not going into the text in great detail and reading out the text. I will just be mentioning the highlights of it. So when the company has developed and defined its mission and vision statements, it would analyze the external environment for opportunities and threats. So opportunities arise when the companies can make use of the external conditions, can leverage the external conditions to develop strategies to make them more profitable. Like, for example, when with the outbreak of COVID, some people who lost their means of livelihood saw an opportunity to manufacture masks and even designer masks. So that is a kind of opportunity. So threats include conditions which pose a danger to profitability. Again, we can give the example of COVID. COVID can be a threat or an opportunity depending on how the company sees it, right? And then what else we would analyze in the external department? The industry. Basically, 3 environments should be examined, and they are interrelated. The industry in which the company operates, the intensity of competition, etc., the country or the national environment, as well as the international environment, because the political situation in the country as well as internationally, and the danger for expropriation of assets. The government can take over the assets of a company without proper compensation. All those are the environments which we should be studying. And there can be opportunities also. It need not always be bad. And the wider environment, which is the macroeconomic environment, I would say, instead of just macro environment, the macroeconomic environment like economic recession, economic booms, the interest rate challenges, changes, and also inflation and deflation. All that would form the macro environment, macroeconomic environment. So industry is how intense the rivals are, the major rivalry in the intense. Okay. So is it a very highly competitive industry or not, has to be seen. And I explained all this. Macroeconomic environment would be economic growth, recession, interest rate risks, currency exchange risks, inflation, deflation, all that. Even social factors should be taken into account. The also the environment protection laws, etc. Technological factors also should be taken care of while studying the external environment. And Michael Porter found out 5 forces, Porter's 5 forces model to study the external environment. Just to show it to you, I will just share the screen to make it very simple. You can have a look at this. This in a nutshell is Porter's 5 forces of competition, which would actually restrict profits. So threat of entry. So the risk of entry of new firms would be a threat to the existing firm's profitability. So the higher the barriers of entry, the lesser the risk of new people entering. For example, the high barriers of entry may be the economies of scale or a large investment. Maybe the companies already there are big companies and are enjoying economies of scale and lesser cost related to that. So a new entrant may not get that benefit because he may not be able to buy in such a large scale. His operations may not be so large in the beginning. So that would be a threat of entry. I mean, that threat of entry would be less than if new entrants cannot come inside, cannot enter the industry and restrict profitability. Whereas if the threat of entry is, if the risk of entry is not so much, right? So then the companies can thrive. But if there's the risk of many companies coming into the industry, like, for example, sale of agricultural products, for example, anybody can enter that industry, right? So in such cases, competition would increase and it would restrict profitability. And at the same time, there are threat of substitutes. If customers can opt for other products which have the similar taste or a similar, it satisfies a similar want of the customers, then that would restrict profitability of existing firms. Right? And then bargaining power of supplier. Now, to give an example of threat of substitutes, you can even count on these financial courses. Now we have CMA providers. A substitute for that could be the UK CIMA, right? So a person can even opt for that. And related finance courses are there, which is similar to CMA, which could be a substitute, right? And then bargaining power of buyers. Suppose there's a big retail store like Walmart or Target, etc. They would have immense buying power and they could bring down prices. They can demand industries to supply at a lower cost since they're buying in such a big bulk. Similarly, there's bargaining power of suppliers. An example would be trade unions. When we say suppliers, it need not be only goods, it can be labor as well. So trade unions, large trade unions can have a greater bargaining power to actually increase labor costs, or they could go on strike, etc. So that is a big threat. And these are the main five forces which would restrict profitability, which would reduce profitability of existing firms within the industry. And last but not the least, the industry rivalry. How much of rivalry like price wars, etc., are within the industry itself. So profits can get restricted by only these five forces, which is called Porter's five forces, right? To remember it, I don't know, you can form, because you have to remember this because it's asked in essay many times. Okay, so I would say my memory aid would be TE, TS, threat of entry, threat of substitute, BB, bargaining power of buyers, BS, sort of rhyming, right? TE, TS, BB, BS. But remember, TE is threat of entry of new firms. TS is threat of substitutes. BB is bargaining power of buyers. BS is bargaining power of suppliers. And don't forget IR, industry rivalry. So TE, TS, BB, BS, IR. I don't know. This is a very crude memory aid. If you find something better, think about it. And main thing is you should remember the points and not only the memory aid, right? So you should remember what is TE stands for, what is TS stands for, what is BB stands for, what is BS standing for, and what is IR, industry rivalry. So these are the Porter's five forces. Let us go to the text and see whether they are given any examples which are interesting. So let us go there. So yes, he told yes that, threat to entry. That is the five forces. The first one is threat of potential customers, competitors to enter. So high barriers of entry, like for example, airline industry cannot be entered by anybody because it is high investment. So that has a high barrier of entry. And then intense rivalry can include prices, product design, promotional efforts, right? Rivalry is intense. If rivalry is intense, it leads to lower prices, higher cost, and it could decrease the profit. Okay. And then also bargaining power of buyers. I told you a large discount store, bargaining power of suppliers. I gave you the trade unions, and they also given the same. Right, and then substitutes. Substitutes, if there are similar products, I would say even I would give an example for substitutes where Starbucks is concerned. Now, Starbucks, of course, it could be counted as competition, okay, and also as substitutes because the same kind of products are sold in Costa Coffee, right? And many other coffee shops are there. There is also Third Wave, right? So these are all threats to Starbucks because they are clear substitutes. They have the same ambience, they sell the same product. So they are clear substitutes and cheaper substitutes in some cases. So Starbucks profitability can be threatened by closeness of substitutes of its products, right? Or similar products in the market, right? In the next class, we would study about internal environment. But before that, we would also go into pest, which is a part of external environment, that is political, economical, social, and technological. We have studied it almost here, but let us go into greater detail on pest analysis in the next lesson. Hello, everyone. Let us do some multiple choice questions on strategy and overviews of mission. So whatever we have done so far, whatever I explained so far, let us do some multiple choice questions on that. I'll do only a few now, and later on, as we progress with the explanation, I would do more questions. So now this is the first question. Which of the following describes what an organization wants to accomplish and leads to the formulation of long-term business objectives? Right? So the objectives, if you notice, I had explained, if you remember, I had explained about the overview of the planning, budgeting, and strategic process. In that, I given you a chart, and to the objectives, I connected the mission statement. The mission statement feeds the objective. So D is the right answer. And this is what describes what the organization wants to accomplish, and it leads to long-term business objectives. D is the right answer. Let's go to the next question. Just a minute. Right. And in this, it says that the company is in the process of developing its mission statement. Which one of the following is least appropriate for the company's mission statement? Mission statement, as I explained earlier, is what the company wants to be. The purpose of the company, its very existence is mentioned. Why it's existing is mentioned in the mission statement. So the purpose of the company, yes, that would be in the mission statement. Identify what product or service the company is providing, yes, right? The mission statement would describe that as well. Promoting a common shared goal on the part of the employees, yes. The mission statement is generally put up or displayed for everybody to see so that all the employees know what's the common goal. And explaining the tactics of increasing the market share in a specific region, that would come under, it would come under what you call a tactical plan. It's not a part of the mission statement. That is going into details. So that would be not included in the company's mission statement. That would be part of strategy and tactical plans. So let's go to the next question. So what type of a plan is formulated at the highest levels of management? Takes the broadest view of the company. It's a broad guideline, in other words, and its environment. It's least quantifiable. Now, budgets, etc. are quantifiable. This is least quantifiable and determines the future nature of the firm, its products, and its customer. All this suits strategic plan. So this would be least quantifiable. It is formulated at the highest level of management. If you remember my chart, which I gave you in the beginning about the overview of section B, in there I have mentioned that strategy would be handled by the top management. And it's a broad guideline. So all that fits a strategic plan. That is the best answer. So the remaining questions in this are quite easy. So I just did the ICMA questions. This one, for example, the plan that describes long-term position, goals, objectives of an entity and its environment within its environment is strategic plan. All the others, if you noticed, it would be in my chart, which is very much down the line, and a capital budget, operating budget, cash management budget are all not long-term, but a yearly budget. And let us go to the next question. So this question is nice. Strategy is a broad term that usually means a selection of overall objectives. Strategic analysis ordinarily excludes. So all the others would be included in the strategy, except one. Trends that will affect the entity's market. Yes, strategy would take that into consideration and go and form a strategy which would be in sync with the trends. Target product mix and production schedule maintained during the year is very short term. It is for the year. It is a tactical plan. It's actually a budget. So that would be excluded from strategy. But let us read on because the others are included in strategy. Form of organizational structure, which would best serve this entity. It's something like preparing for a war and keeping your soldiers in the right places. So organization structure is something like that. Yes, that would be a part of strategy. Best ways to invest in research, design, production, etc. Yes, this is giving a broad guideline of how to invest. So this is also a part of strategy. So the one which would be quantitative, you see, everything in strategy is not quantitative. This is more quantitative. Target product mix, production schedule, etc. is short term during the year, and it's mainly a budget actually. So let's go to the next question. All of the following are characteristics of strategic planning process, except emphasis on the long run. Yes. So all are, you see, if you notice, all are except kind of questions. So emphasis on the long run. And let's look at the other ones. Review of the attributes and behaviors of the organization's competition. Yes. Based on that, strategy is formed. Analysis of external factors. I explained that in my last video. So that is it. All this would be a part of strategic planning process, except review of departmental budget is not part of strategy. That's a part of the budgeting process. So B is not a part of strategic planning process. Departmental budgets are generally yearly. So let's get on with more explanation about strategy. We have still not discussed all the 5 steps. I've discussed only 2 steps. So we have to go into internal environment analysis and further. If you remember, the 5 steps are me if developing, right? Me if developing. That's what I had given you as a memory aid. Me is to define the mission. E stands for analysis of the external environment. I stands for analysis of internal environment. F is formulating strategies and selecting from alternative strategies, and then developing and implementing the strategies. developing and implementing the strategy. So me if developing, remember that way. So we will be going into the explanation of internal environment analysis in the next video. Hello friends. The pest analysis also is a part of external analysis of strategy. So let us go and study what is pest analysis. So it itself is a memory aid. P stands for political, E stands for economic, S for social, and T for technology. So this is all, if you notice, it's to do with the external environment. So studying pest is a part of doing external environment analysis, which is the second step of the strategic planning process. Now, what are the political factors which the firm has to take into account for its strategy? So that would be political, which is how the country's government behaves, and everything to do with political is to do with regulations, trade regulations, price regulation, the wage legislation, minimum wage requirements, and they may have to employ disabled people as well, or let us say differently abled people. So those rules and regulations would affect the strategy. So, and also political stability and instability, like for example, the present moment, Sri Lanka. So when there is political instability, businesses wouldn't want to open a subsidiary or a branch in such a country. And then product labeling legislations, requirements, regulations, like what they should name, or what are the ingredients to be put on the product, that should be mentioned in the product labeling. So those kind of things would affect strategy in some way or the other. Industry health and safety regulations, all this is a part of external analysis. Economic factors would have to do with, this would be generally global as well, exchange rate, inflation rates, the economic cycles, etc. So those kind of things. Economic cycles means, is it a boom period or a slump? So economic cycles have always been this way from history, right? So what stage of the economic cycle they are, all those are the factors to consider, along with the skill levels, workforce, and the cost of labor, unemployment rate in the country. If unemployment is high, demand will be depressed, right? And then government's intervention in the economy, in the market, all these are economic factors to be considered. Then social factors. Social factors is to do with the demographics, country's culture, the age of the population, age distribution, that comes under demographics. A study of the people, how old they are, where they work, right? And their attitudes to health, etc. So education level plays a very big role in the demand of a particular product, and also the attitudes of the population towards the environment. Are they too sensitive about the environment? Leisure interest of the population, all this would be a part of external analysis. Then technology. What are the current technologies, right? And adopting new technologies should generally benefit the organization as it interacts with its customers and suppliers. Okay, and also the technology can affect the cost structure of the company, because technological advancements can reduce the cost and make the company more profitable. So depending on the industry, the companies companies would get affected by one or more of these pest analysis. For example, a defense contractor would be affected more on the political factors, because what are the regulations, what is the government's policy, etc., would affect uh, a defense contractor. Whereas for consumable products, maybe it's affected by the economic cycle, or it could be affected by the social factors, right? For consumable products, for example, if it is phones, for example, the younger generation would be more interested in it. So in a place where the young people are more than the old people, so those are the markets the company should be targeting. So this is a broad overview of pest analysis and how it has to be included in the external environmental analysis of strategic planning. We'll go ahead in the next video and analyze internal environment. Hello, everyone. In this lesson, we will be talking about the third step of the strategic planning process, which is analysis of the internal environment. Let's go to the text. It's the third of the 5 steps. So the primary objective of a strategy is to create sustained competitive advantage. What is competitive advantage? In very short explanation would be just an advantage over the competition. So that can be got by differentiation advantage and cost advantage, or both. So differentiation advantage is to create a better value for the customers than the competition. And cost advantage is creating the same value with a lesser cost, so that the firm can be more profitable. So if they cannot create a greater value for the customers than other competitors, they should either get a cost advantage by creating the same value as the competitors, but at a lower cost. That would lead to greater profits than the competition. And once greater profits are got, superior profitability, they would get superior competitive advantage, right? So how do we get this? That is the main thing, right? It depends on the resources, capabilities, and distinctive competencies. So resources is the tangible and intangible resources. Tangibles could be land, building, inventory, cash, better than the competition, or intangibles could be companies' reputation, intellectual property, employees' knowledge, skill, etc. Right? So if the company has any of these or both of these, they would have a competitive advantage. Capabilities is to perform better, to put those resources to better use, better productive use than the competition. Capability is an intangible, because other competition or the company can have the same resources, but may not be able to put it to use the way the competitors are putting it to use, right? So having a better capability of using these resources would also lead to competitive advantages. And sometimes the strategies the company adopts translate into distinctive competencies. What are these distinctive competencies, right? The distinctive competencies are 4 generic competencies, which is superior efficiencies. What is efficiency? Efficiency is getting the same output with lesser inputs, or getting the same, getting a greater output with fewer inputs, or with the same inputs getting more output, right? So that is what superior efficiency is all about. by little inputs like resources, time, etc., the companies are able to bring about more production or more outputs. And then superior quality. The quality is actually the value which the customer would place on the product. So what is quality? When it gives them high utility, when it gives the customers high utility than the competitors' products, then you can say that superior quality has been achieved. So a superior quality enables the company to charge a higher price for its products, leading to higher profits. Then superior innovation. What is that? Creation of new products and new process. An example for this superior innovation could be Apple products. For superior quality, I would say Toyota cars. They're known for their quality, or even Mercedes-Benz is known for their quality. And a company with superior efficiency, maybe Amazon, right? Because they deliver, their efficiency is very good in the sense they deliver quite fast, sometimes earlier than what they have promised. And yeah, if they are able to do that at a lower cost, they are efficient. And then what's the other one? Superior customer responsiveness. So these are the four generic distinctive competencies, right? So superior customer responsiveness occurs when they're able to respond to the customer's needs faster than the competition, right? So that's what it would be. The customer response time required to deliver a product or perform a service is an important aspect of customer responsiveness, right? So let us talk about all these attributes in a restaurant. Suppose the restaurant is serving excellent food. The quality is very good, very tasty, etc. But they are not able to deliver in time. Okay, so that would spoil the whole thing. So the firm should have either one or all these competencies. Sometimes, if the superior quality is very good, if the quality is very good, even if the customer responsiveness is not so good, I mean, they're not responding immediately to the customer's needs, it's not fast enough, even then the customer may bear up a little bit, right? So generally, if a company has all these four, very much good for them, they would end up making a superior profit. How do we remember this? That's the main thing. I would say E for efficiency, Q, U for quality, I for innovation, C for customer responsiveness. Sort of, it is like quick, right? So, but QU is for one, that is superior quality. So if you can remember like this, because I have noticed that students forget this very often. Maybe after 5 days, you would forget what are the four generic distinctive competencies, right? So if you remember it either with an example of a company, like I told you, quality for Toyota, innovation for Apple, customer responsiveness, again, Amazon, and efficiency, you can think of something else, some other company. That also is a way of remembering it. Otherwise, a quick would be an easier way to remember. So if a customer, while they are doing their internal analysis, find out they have either one of the superior distinctive competencies, they need to sustain it. It shouldn't be for the short run. It should be sustained. A sustained competitive advantage is will see the company through in the long term. So utility and profitability. Utility is what the customers receive from the product or the service. It's not the same thing as what they would pay. So what they are saying here is that the utility the customer gets from a product should be greater than the cost to produce it. So this is the utility and this is the cost. Only then value is created and can be sustained over a longer period of time, right? So if utility is greater than the price charged, then a consumer surplus has been achieved. Okay, so that's about it. Then durability of competitive advantage is nothing but how to sustain competitive advantage for a longer period of time, right? So how is that possible? Barriers to imitation. Whatever the company is doing, the competitors should not be able to imitate it. And competitors' prior strategic commitments. Suppose the competitors have already committed to a certain business model or a way of doing business, they wouldn't be able to imitate the company or change their business model. Okay. And the competitors, see, it all depends. Your sustained competitive advantage depends on the competitors as well. Competitors' absorptive capacity means their ability to make use of new knowledge, right? So suppose the company which in question is making better use of new knowledge than the competitors, they would be able to sustain competitive advantage. Then the dynamism of the industry environment, how rapidly the environment is changing, and is the company able to adapt to those rapid changes? All that would count in having sustained competitive advantage. I'll give you an example of sustained competitive advantage. For example, suppose the company has got some inherent advantages like a good location. It has been centrally located in a very good place, right? The center of the market. And the other competitions are not in the center, right? This company would be having a sustained competitive advantage because the demand is here mainly and not so much here. And next is, again, as mentioned here, nobody should be able to imitate the way the company is making their products or doing their service. For example, certain companies, say take Coca-Cola, for example, they have got a particular formula for their drink, right? Nobody can imitate it. Yes, of course, Pepsi has imitated to some extent, but the taste is different. It's not the same, right? So those kind of qualities would give a company sustained competitive advantage. That's why they guard the formula or recipe of preparing certain items, guard it a lot. It is a top secret formula. So those are some ways of sustaining competitive advantage. So the note here says a sustained competitive advantage is the primary objective of strategy. A sustained competitive advantage will lead to superior profitability and profit growth. So companies should think of ways of achieving that sustained competitive advantage. In the next class, we will talk about the uses of internal analysis to avoid failure. What are the main factors which contribute for failure? So the take home here is to remember the 4 distinctive competencies and how to sustain it. In an essay, you can give examples of how to sustain superior competencies. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we will talk about sustainable competitive advantage. I had spoken about it in the last session, and I found a note from, I found a write-up on the internet about sustainable competitive advantage, which makes interesting reading, and I would like to show that to you. Why am I stressing on sustainable competitive advantage? Because one of the windows, they had asked about sustainable competitive advantage in an essay. So we have to put some good quality points there. So let us prepare ourselves for that. First of all, while developing sustainable competitive advantage, right, the 4 criteria is about the resources. Are they valuable? So do they improve efficiency and effectiveness? Are they wanted by the customer? Right? First, that is one. Are they rare? If other firms possess it, it's not rare. Okay. So these are some of the criteria, the 4 criteria that should be met to have a sustainable competitive advantage. Are they imperfectly imitable? So it should have unique, it should be something unique. Yeah. And yes, it shouldn't be imitable by other competition, right? Maybe because of unique historical conditions, causally ambiguous, right? And socially complex, something like that, which others cannot imitate. Are they non-substitutable? If a ready substitute can be found, then that condition is not met. So if the company has all these 4 criteria, then it's said to have sustainable competitive advantage. In other words, the firm can be competitive for a longer period of time. It can hold this advantage in the marketplace for a longer period. As a result, they will be able to earn higher profits than other firms. So they're given some examples here. Customer loyalty. Now, this is something rare, which some companies like Target has adopted. They have certain Target card. When the customer uses the card as a credit card, Target can keep track of all transactions, and it would store it in the data warehouse, in its data warehouse, and it would keep a stock of those items so that when the customer comes back, he is not disappointed. It's always there. And if it's not in stock, they would see that it would be in stock, right? So that way. And then location. Location is critical. Now, this is a strategy which makes Starbucks have sustained competitive advantage because they conquer one area of the city at a time and expand in the region. They open stores close to one another and they do little media advertising because of the location strategy. Other competition would not be able to get a central location like this because maybe lack of funds, not enough capital. That way, Starbucks has that advantage and it makes use of it. That's the capability. And then distribution. Having a good distribution system makes Walmart kill the competition by offering the products at a cheaper price. It actually procures them in with a cheap price and sells them at a reasonable price. And distribution is extremely expensive and timely, and Walmart manages that very well. Okay, so that's what counts. And then vendor relationships, customer service, which takes time to develop and establish a reputation for that. And multi-source advantages is having everything. Like, for example, McDonald's is known for not only fast, clean, and hot food. It's quite easy on the pocket. They have nice facilities and good customer service. So if they have all these multiple source advantages, they can create a sustainable competitive advantage. So these are the points you should remember First of all, what you should remember in an essay, if they ask you about sustainable competitive advantage, is these 4 points which makes a firm sustainable. So for example, whatever they have, the resources, is it valuable, rare, imperfectly imitable, and non-substitutable? So you should remember those four points, and then you can elaborate if there is time with examples. So that's about sustainable competitive advantage, and it's a favorite. It could be a favorite in multiple choice or an essay. Hello friends, in this lesson let us do multiple choice questions on internal and external environments of strategic planning. So let's go to the questions right away. All are quite easy level A questions. I didn't see any difficult ones. So you would get questions like this also in the exam. When developing a budget, an external factor to consider in the planning process, a change to a decentralized management system is an internal factor. And the implementation of a new bonus program is generally for the employees, so it's an internal factor. New product development happens within the company, internal. The merger of two competitors could be a threat, and it is external because it is to do with two competitors. It could be a threat to the company because if they join forces, they might become a formidable competition. So anyways, D is the right answer. Now let us go to some ICMA questions, because I believe those are more of exam style. You can do all the other questions. There are many questions here. The secret is to do as many multiple choice questions as possible. So yes, let us do this question. Do it as much as possible independently. So a company here, just a minute. Excuse me. So a company here is a ceramics manufacturer and is facing several challenges in its operations. Which of the following is subject to least control by the management in the current fiscal year? Right? So the least control. So least control would be something external, because whatever is internal could be controlled. So a new machine that was purchased this year has not helped to reduce the unfavorable efficiency variances. So it is subject to control, because the company can give the employees training programs, etc., and correct these variances. A competitor has achieved an unexpected technological breakthrough, and that has given a significant quality advantage that has caused Cerevel, which is the company which we are talking about, to lose market share. Yes, this is now subject to least control. When a competitor is doing something and improving, and that is adversely affecting the company, that is out of control, right? The only thing he can do is to improve his own technology, but he cannot control the competitor. So that is subject to least control. Vendors have asked the contract price they supply be renegotiated and adjusted for inflation. It's well within control. They can talk it out and come to a common language. And experienced employees have decided to terminate their employment and go and work for the competition. They can call them and have a talk and renegotiate certain terms, right, in the face of the change in conditions. So yes, this would be tough, but it is still something the company can do about it. So this is subject to least control by the company. So B is the right answer. Let's answer some more questions. Right. Now, this kind of questions would come to the exam, big stories, right? And we have to select the right one. So read always the last line when you come across big questions. So using Porter's 5, which one of the following statement best reflects the industry's environment? Now let us go to the industry. What the company is doing is it's a leading company already in the premium bottled water industry. Its growth is mainly driven by negative health publicity by soft drinks like Coca-Cola and Pepsi. It's not written there, but I'm just telling these are the negative publicities on carbonated soft drinks and other sweetened beverages. Extensive inventory and distribution infrastructure is needed for them to compete, for anybody to compete in the industry. Now, if we just revise the Porter's 5 forces, you remember I gave you a memory aid. Threat to entry. Okay, threat to entry, threat of entry, threat of substitute, bargaining power of buyers, bargaining power of suppliers. TETSBBBS. Okay, and not to forget in the middle, industry rivalry. So these are the Porter's 5 forces. So it is a leading company already. So there is high profitability. Okay. And since extensive inventory and distribution infrastructure is needed to compete in industry, there is threat of entry. I mean, the threat of entry is low. Threat of entry is low because everybody may not have the capacity to hold more inventory and proper distribution infrastructure because that's very expensive. Its main packaging materials can be secured either locally or easily imported from overseas. So there's no problem from the supplier side. Okay, so the bargaining power of the supplier is low. So that's no threat. But yeah, with its 60% market share already, the company is able to, it has a 60% market share. It's able to influence prices and competitive activity. So industrial rivalry is low again. Okay. And the second biggest competitor has got a 20% share, and then other 20% is distributed by small companies. There's not so much of industry rivalry here. However, supermarkets and other grocery retailers are the largest customer sector and approximately 45% of the sales. So big chunk comes from the customers, okay, the supermarkets. Supermarkets are driving volume growth and undergoing consolidation. So when they merge and become large supermarket conglomerates, their bargaining power would increase. Okay, so bargaining power of the buyers. BB is bargaining power of the buyers. BS is bargaining power of suppliers. It's not such a threat there. There's no threat to substitutes. Okay, so low, because water is water. I mean, and they're riding on, they're leveraging upon the negative health publicity on carbonated soft drinks. So that's no substitute for water. Okay, so now using Porter's 5 forces, which one of the following statements best reflects the industry environment? Are they having low profitability? No, they are leading with a 60% share. So just don't read further. Okay, and low profitability again, no. We can decide on eliminating those two. Okay, and then what it says. High profitability, yes, but it can decrease due to the bargaining power of buyers. We just now discussed. In fact, I have ticked that. There could be bargaining power of buyers, and it at present has high profitability. Okay. High profitability is, yes, due to high power of buyers, high power of, see, when the bargaining power of buyers and sellers become more, profitability will get reduced. Porter's five forces is nothing but the effect of these five forces on a company's long-term profitability. So C is the right answer. It's enjoying high profitability, but can decrease due to BB, bargaining power of the buyers. So again, a revision for Porter's 5, threat of entry, threat of substitutes, TETS, BBBS, bargaining power of buyers and bargaining power of suppliers. Do not forget industry liability. Okay, so that's about it. Let's go to the next question. C was the right answer for this. Now the next question. So it says, analyzing company's technological capabilities, employee skills, sales team performance will provide external factors. No, these are all internal. Internal factors that identify company's strengths, that is correct. And opportunities is generally external. So we'll not talk about that. External factors, we can just cross it out. Internal factors that identify company's strengths and weakness is more like it when they are analyzing the technological capabilities, employee skills, performance, etc. They are doing D. D is the right answer. For every question I'm doing, try to do it yourself by pausing the recording and then look at my explanation and see if you can, is there any takeaway from my explanations? Let's go to the next question. So, during strategic planning process, which of the following is an external factor to be analyzed? Organization culture, the culture within the organization is purely internal. Now, the culture of the society is external, so we can round it off directly. Employee morale is internal, so I'll just put that internal. Internal. The company's organization structure will be done at a time when they're implementing their strategies, so it will be internal. So B is the only external factor. As you can notice that these are all very easy level A questions, which you have to answer quite fast and make up for lost time. Right, here again is asking you the management of a food processing company is analyzing its internal strengths and weakness as a part of the strategic planning process. Which one of the following is most likely considered to be a strategic internal variable? Now, if you remember those steps in strategic planning process is ME, me, if, developing, and implementing. The memory aid which I gave you, right? So what is me? Defining the mission. What is E? Analysis of external environment. What is I? Analysis of internal environment. That's what they're doing here in this question. What is F? Formulating strategies and then developing and implementing them. So me, if, developing, I gave you that memory aid. It would be useful when you have to write about strategic planning process for an essay. So what is considered to be internal? Change of the legal regulation for food processors is external. Economic forces that regulate labor supply is also external, nothing to do with inside the company. Technological changes also is external. What's happening outside the technological changes is external. Culture of the company's food processing plant is totally an internal variable to be considered in the process of strategic planning. So D is the right answer. The next one, the concurrent action of basic competitive forces as defined by Porter's 5 determines the, see what do you mean by concurrent action? That which takes place simultaneously at the same time. Something is taking place at the same time when these basic forces are happening. You know the forces. Again, a revision, threat of entry, threat of substitute, TETS, BBBS. Bargaining power of buyers and bargaining power of suppliers, right? So when these are happening, these are the basic 5 forces. It's not yet 5. We have to add one more, industry rivalry. Okay, right. So what happens? Concurrent action of the basic competitive forces, something which is happening simultaneously and at the same time when the basic 5 forces are in place. It determines the strategy that the firm should follow to achieve objectives. It's not exactly a concurrent action of the basic 5 forces. Okay, it doesn't. Of course, strategy would consider some of these, which is happening within the industry, but it is not something which will happen due to the 5 forces. Okay, due to the 5 forces on its own, something which is going to happen on its own without the company doing anything. Rivalry inside the industry is one of the 5 forces. Okay, it is something like the question what they're asking is what happens as a result of these 5 forces, right? A strategy that a firm should follow to achieve its objectives, it is considered, but it is not a direct result of these 5 forces. Okay, entrance barriers that potential players must face into the industry, that is the threat of entry, that is one of the 5 forces. Long-term profitability and competitive intensity of the industry, it would have that action. Actually, long-term profitability due to the 5 forces, what simultaneously and happens at the same time, that's the meaning of concurrent action. What happens is a long-term profitability would be affected and the competitive intensity of the industry also gets affected by this. The more these forces are, the more would it affect the long-term profitability and competitive intensity, right? So that's what it means. Okay, so that's about it. These are some of the questions I have solved on mission and internal and external environments. As we progress, after explaining the other strategic steps in the other steps in the strategic planning process, we'll come back for more multiple choice questions. And that would be in the coming session. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we will be talking about the factors that contribute to failure. So let us go to the text. So while doing internal environmental analysis, so we would also look into the 3 factors to avoid failure. Or first we'll see what contributes to the failure, right? And the first one is inertia. Inertia is, as you know, sort of resting of the body, right? In science, when the body is at rest, it's said to be at inertia. So here also inertia means reluctance to change strategies or adapt to changing technology, or the changes in the company's competitive environment. Okay, so if we are complacent and are not willing to adapt to the changes, that is the sign of a failure, right? Now, for example, if a company is still sticking to cash, physical cash payments and not adapted to the digital system, it would lose a lot of customers, right? The company's prior strategic commitments. So now a company would be committed to a particular strategy and they would have invested time and money into that particular strategy, which causes them not to be flexible, causing a competitive disadvantage, right? So always, that is why we studied contingency planning. Always have a plan B in place and be flexible so that we can avoid being too rigid. And the Icarus paradox. This is a funny example about a Greek, from the Greek mythology. Icarus used a pair of wings that he stuck to his body with wax to escape imprisonment. But he got so excited and flew so well that he went close to the sun. The sun melted the wax and he fell down as the wings, which was held together by the wax, they became loose and they fell off and he plunged to his death. So now how is this example going to be a lesson that contributes to failure for companies? It just means that the companies shouldn't be too dazzled by their own success. And they're so into themselves that they do not look outside about what is changing, right? And they lose sight of their purpose. And that is what would cause them to fail. I'll give you a very good example. Now, supposing now you want to be suitably qualified, you want to upskill yourself. Why? In order to contribute to the economy, in order to earn something for yourself, right? And to enjoy your work while you contribute to the society. So this kind of purpose might be there with many individuals, right? But then for that, while upskilling or gaining knowledge for this particular mission, to earn well and to enjoy working, you start studying. You do your CMA. You pass your CMA. So you're very much encouraged. And you can go to work right now, but you're so dazzled by your success that you start doing your CPA and you pass your CPA. Then you do your CFA, right? And then you do your CIA, and it goes on, and then you find yourself being old and not fit to work, and no company is taking you as their employee, and you have lost a lot of experience which you could have gained, but you just start studying. Okay, so this is when they lose sight of the purpose, and they would be a failure. Okay, so this is something like the Icarus paradox. When you go on studying and you lose sight of where you are heading, right? So these are the three main factors. It could be more factors than this, but these are some of the factors which would be contributing to a company's failure. So how do you avoid that failure, right? So focus on the competitive advantage, those generic blocks of competitive advantage, right? If you remember, I gave you a memory aid. Quick. Superior efficiency, superior quality, right? Superior innovation, everything should be added, a superior should be added, and superior customer responsiveness. right? So you would look to develop your competitive advantages. Okay, so he says, do not become so focused on one of them that the others are neglected. So you should be all around superior. So for continuous improvement is Kaizen, right? Continuous improvement, continuous learning to improve your competitive advantage would help avoid the failure, right? And then benchmarking against the best of the companies where the generic competencies are concerned, that would also help overcome failure, right? So these are some of it. And yes, with that, we finished the internal analysis. So it's all about competitive advantage, distinctive competitive advantage, sustained competitive advantage, and the three factors to avoid, three factors that contribute to failure and how you can avoid them. So while doing this, you would analyze your internal and internal strengths and capabilities of the company, that is. So this is about it. Next, we will go on to the, we finished 2, right? Now we finished 3. So we'll be going on to the 4th step of strategic planning process in the next session. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the lesson on formulating strategies. So this will be the 4th of the 5 steps of the strategic planning process, and SWOT analysis is a major part of this step. Let's go and check the text. Yes, as I told you, formulating strategy is the 4th of the 5 steps. And after analyzing, now see, the previous steps analyze the internal and external environments. Now we can do a SWOT analysis. It stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. In SWOT analysis, the company would check out its strengths, sometimes strengthen its strengths, and minimize its weaknesses, right? And to take advantage of the external opportunities and counter the external threats. So SWOT analysis consists of generating a series of strategic alternatives depending on their strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats. Okay. So strategic alternatives will be to select the strategies that will give the company the most benefit from its resources and capabilities, right? So the strategies can be of many types. One is a functional strategy to improve the operations of the companies, like the marketing function, the materials management, product development, or customer service can be a part of the functional level strategy. Now, brands like Starbucks, etc., would concentrate on a functional strategy, that is customer service. See, it doesn't mean that we have to stick to one of these strategies. We can have a combination of all. So what's a business strategy? It is how it should position itself in the market. Whether it would have cost leadership. What do you mean by cost leadership? To actually be leading in producing the product at minimum cost. Right? An example of cost leadership strategy, cost leadership business strategy is McDonald's, because it gains competitive advantage by reducing costs of its functions, like it would actually employ unskilled workers, like unskilled chefs, etc., where they pay them a very low salary, and then later on train them on the job. So that would be a cost leadership strategy. And then differentiation, example of this strategy would be Apple, because they are into more of differentiation of products compared to the competitors. And they also adopt this strategy by concentrating or focusing on a particular marketing niche or segment. Like they target the high income group who are always eager to get the latest thing, right? So a combination of more than one of these. Like I told you, Apple is doing both differentiation and focusing on a particular marketing niche. Okay. And then they can have corporate level strategies that decides what are the businesses the company could go in. And this would actually consist of horizontal or vertical integration. What is horizontal integration? Horizontal integration is to take over similar businesses. Now, for example, if the company is a bank, it would take over another bank, say Bank B. This company is Bank A. It would take over a company of Bank B and form a larger company. Okay, so that would give them a competitive advantage. It would give them economies of scale, etc., by just getting into a bigger company, taking into account the antitrust laws. Right. What is vertical integration? Now, vertical integration is also a corporate level strategy wherein a company would actually acquire, this is a company, it would actually acquire businesses in the supply chain or in the distribution chain. Okay, so they would acquire businesses of their suppliers or distributors. An example I can give you, let us say Coca-Cola. If it goes into vertical integration, it could, let us put it like this, vertical. Okay, this is example for vertical integration. So if you're talking about Coca-Cola, they can get into the sugar industry. It can take over a sugar company because it needs sugar the most. And then this is toward the supplier lines or the distribution line. It needs bottling. So it would take over a bottling company, right? So this would be an example of vertical integration and part of corporate level strategy. When they move towards the supplier lines or supplier chain activity, if they take over the companies on the supply side, it is called backward integration. And if they take over companies in the distribution side or towards the customer, it is called forward integration. So these are the different terms they would use in connection to vertical integration, and it's all connected to corporate level strategy. So SWOT analysis enables management to choose among possible business models and to fine-tune the business model selected. So after doing SWOT analysis, the company would be in a better position to choose their business model. What's a business model? A business model is a way that a company would do business, right? And here they mentioned, remember that the company's business model is the manager's idea of how the set of strategies and capital investments the company makes should fit together to generate above average profitability at the same time growth. So it's nothing but the way the management thinks they should do business, right? The method, like you can call the modus operandi of how they do business, is a business model. And they would have taken careful consideration about this business model for the long run benefit of the company. So this is all about formulating strategy and the different level of strategies. There could be a global strategy as well. And moreover, all these strategies should support each other. It should complement each other if they select one or more strategies. So that's about it. Next, we'll go on to the last step of strategic planning process, that is developing and implementing those strategies. How they would do that, we would see in the next video. Hello everyone. In this lesson, I'm going to show you a practical example, practical real life application of SWOT analysis. We will be studying Starbucks. So let me go and share my screen. Right, so this is the SWOT analysis by Starbucks. You can see the logo there. So strengths and opportunities are helpful, weakness and threats are harmful. Helpful, harmful, and internal. Strengths and weakness are internal, opportunities and threats are external. So what are its strengths? A strong brand image. We all know Starbucks. Good financial performance, excellent financial performance, in fact, and extensive international supply chain, acquisitions, moderate diversification, quality, taste, standardization, and good employment treatment, along with an effective strategic planning and reinvestment strategy. So Starbucks is known to treat their employees well. It's one of the best companies, best Fortune 500 companies to work for. So then, it's a very profitable company. So there's a strong financial performance, a strong financial backing with a good brand image. And they do maintain quality and taste, right? So weaknesses, of course, they are very, very expensive. And in certain countries, more expensive than other. So, and then it can be easily imitable. There are so many other similar products coming up, and generalized products, standards for most products. And they have some problem with the European tax issues. Their procurement practices has been criticized because they actually buy from poor farmers and don't maintain fair prices. That's what they're accused of. And they have recalled many of their products, which could reduce their customer base, which could shrink their customer base. In fact, I remember liking one particular dish, one particular item of their food items. And when I went back to them after some months, it was no longer available anywhere in any Starbucks. So probably they recalled that product. So then what are the threats? Competition with low cost coffee sellers as well as big outlets. So they have got Costa Coffee, that's a big outlet as a competition, as well as many other roadside small coffee sellers, because the products can be imitable. So, okay, that's another threat here, as well as weakness. So imitation. Independent coffee house movements are those internal movements wherein, you know, the small coffee houses protest against large, big outlets in some countries. And controversy on California warning rule. This is something to do with the labeling and mentioning the ingredients on the products. And Philadelphia arrest Actually, this happened. There was a controversy here when Starbucks did not allow two Afro-Americans from using the toilet, and because they did not buy anything from Starbucks, so that caused a big uproar. And the CEO, Kevin Johnson, had to personally apologize to those people, right? So these are some threats and weaknesses. So the company would sit back and analyze all this and then decide on what strategy to adopt. They could adopt a strategy which they could benefit from by the strengths what they have. And since they are a big company with a good, strong financial performance, they could go into mergers and acquisitions, which they are already known for, right? And they can introduce new products. They can diversify into areas. They can expand into developing markets, right? So all this could be done because of strong financial performance. So actually, this could support each other, right? And they could think of getting more competitive with their prices, right? And then resolve the European tax avoidance issue. Recall of products, I don't know how they would solve that. They could, maybe they recall the product because it's no longer profitable, so they could get into more products, right? So these are this is a SWOT analysis of Starbucks. Let us go into some different strategies which companies have adopted after doing SWOT analysis, like a functional strategy or a business strategy. I would look for real life examples. The reason I'm giving you real life examples is you could relate better when an essay question has been asked. Always put in real life issues, it carries more weightage. So let's see two other strategies in the coming sessions. Hello friends, in this session we'll talk about product differentiation strategy, which is part of a business strategy. This is in connection with formulating strategies, which is the fourth out of the fifth step of strategic planning process. I have chosen a real life situation, a real case study, as you can say, about product differentiation. In economics and marketing, product differentiation is a process of making the product more different than the competition, more attractive to a particular market. And this involves differentiating from competitors' products as well as the firm's own products. Now, Apple adopted this strategy. Not only this, they adopted also a marketing strategy to target people in the higher strata of society because they were charging premium prices. So they concentrated more on profit rather than market share. That was their strategy, right? So Apple differentiates its products from those of its competitors by having more innovative technology. So rather than inventing, they were innovating, finding better users. And they concentrated on design quality. Aesthetics was one of it they concentrated on, and simplicity. So this was their way of showing product, adapting or applying product differentiation and targeting niche markets. involving people of the higher strata, richer people rather. That's why they could charge premium prices, and they are successful anyways. So this is about product differentiation. And there could be other strategies as well adopted by companies, the functional strategy or cost leadership strategy, which I explained about McDonald's employing cheaper labor and then later on training them on the job. So these are different strategies, and my aim is to actually prepare you for an essay by knowing all this information, and you can make a good connect and answer to the question depending on what they ask you. So we'll go into the fifth step of the strategic planning process, which is nothing but implementing and developing strategies. We would do that in the next video session. Hello, friends. In today's class, we'll be studying the last of the steps of strategic planning process. So let us go to the step of implementing the strategy. So developing and implementing the chosen strategies. So what do we do here basically? In order to successfully implement the strategies, there are some requirements which are shown here. The requirement is an organizational design. The requirement would be an organizational design, which would consist of, the organizational design consists of these three points: organizational structure, its control systems, and organizational culture. So this forms the organizational design, and this is very important in developing the distinctive competencies of superior efficiency, superior quality, superior innovation, and superior customer responsiveness. You know these 4 S's. I showed it to you with the memory aid, WIC. Superior efficiency, superior quality, superior innovation, and superior customer responsiveness, right? So in order to implement the strategies, these 3 points are very important. These 3 elements, they call it, to pursue its business model successfully. As you know, a business model is the way a company does business, right? So we'll study each one of this now. What is organizational structure? You know the organizational chart, right? So that gives you the structure of the company. It is like in the army, placing certain soldiers at certain points, right, for them to do their job. So basically, that's what the organization does. It would specify what is the position of each person in the organization, who should do what, how it should be done, and how various people of the group should work together, right, for value creation. So this is about organizational structure. It brings about a coordination and integration. So the structure coordinates and integrates employees' efforts in the various roles in the organization so that they act in such a way specified in the business model, as per the business model, to achieve the strategy, right? So this is about organizational structure. It is just like placing people in the army at certain critical points. We are placing people in the organization at certain levels and position them in such a way that it brings about the best coordinated effort to achieve organizational strategy. Then what is the control system? Control system is like a feedback system. So in short, put it in one word, it's nothing but a feedback system where it measures the performance, right? It measures the performance towards building the blocks of competitive advantage. The feedback from control system would inform managers where they should strengthen the business model, right? So organizational structure, control systems, and then I feel the most important part is organizational culture. Once a particular culture is established in the company, and that comes from the top management. The culture comes from the top management and percolates to all the levels of the organization. It includes the norms, values, beliefs, and attitudes of the people, just like a social culture, a culture of a particular country, right? An organizational culture uh, dictates how a company should be doing things and how it controls and interacts with outsiders, outside stakeholders. See, just like a particular country, every country has its culture. Like in Saudi Arabia, like when I was working in Saudi Arabia, I noticed that whenever a lady is going to cross the road, all the vehicles stop. So that's the culture there. Whereas in India, if a lady is trying to cross the road and expects the same thing, she doesn't get that. People just go, right, without bothering. So, but in Saudi Arabia, the culture is to stop. All the vehicles stop if a lady is planning to cross. But if I want to cross, they don't stop. Okay, so if a lady is going to cross, it's their culture. It's not a law. It is not dictated by any legal system or anything like that. It's just a way of doing things, the norms, values, beliefs, attitudes of the people. So that is the reason people look for, while employing new staff, they would think more than the qualification and core skills that the person might have. They would see whether he or she would fit into the organizational culture. The culture is very important in determining a successful and an unsuccessful company, right? So that is what it's about. So the three elements are extremely important. That's what Hawk test tells you here. Extremely important factors in a company's success. And here again, they determine its behaviors, values, attitudes, which is nothing but the culture, right? That will implement the organization's business model and the strategies. Sometimes they may have to restructure the organization to suit the company's culture. Okay, so that's about culture. So now, just to give you a live example of an organization's culture, I'll share Chevron's culture. So Chevron, you know, it's an oil and gas company based in US, but having its subsidiaries all over India, right? I mean, all over the world, sorry. And yes, it has a very interesting culture. Its cultural strength comes from its care for its employees' well-being. So they are concentrating, because ultimately the employees are the building blocks for the company, right? So its care for the employees automatically gives a kind of a loyalty, a loyal feeling from the employees who would dedicate themselves to the company unconditionally when they come to know the company is taking care of them. Okay, and also it encourages employees to dedicate themselves to safety because it's a dangerous industry, inherently risky industry. They are into exploration and oil and gas. So so many dangers can happen. And here, which see, they encourage employees to dedicate themselves to safety and watch out for other team members. Over that, Chevron also offers on-site health and fitness centers, health club memberships, massages, personal trainers, and insists that the employees take regular breaks. This is very important for the employees' health. So when they are healthy, they'll be more productive. And when they are productive and they feel that been taken care of, what an employee contributes would go a long way to see that the company is successful. So it will create a safe place and invest in the employee's health, making sure that the employees feel safe is fundamental to your company being a productive environment. And investing in your employees' health shows you care about them, which will go a long way towards employees being satisfied with their job. And once they are satisfied, they would be very productive and would contribute to the success of the company. So this is just a brief example of culture. You can look up the internet and see various organizations' culture, which is very interesting. It's my personal belief that it's the culture of the organization which causes it to be successful. So that's about the 5 steps of strategic planning. We would look into the other aspects of strategic planning in the next session. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we are going to talk about the other planning tools. We spoke about the 5 steps necessary for strategic planning process. Now look at other planning tools. So let us go to it. Yes, one of it is the PEST analysis, also called situational analysis, which is, I have discussed in the previous video, this particular thing stands for analysis. It's an external environmental analysis where P stands for political, E for economic, social, and technological. So this was spoken about before, how we should analyze it. And then the other one would be competitive analysis, where it's basically a sort of a SWOT analysis, but taking into account the competitive environment. So basically, it's a study of the competitors, the strength and weakness of competitors, okay, and also comparing the competitors' strength and weakness and the company's own internal strength and weakness, okay. So it's all about competition. And then we have contingency planning, also called what if analysis or scenario planning. So here it's nothing but a plan B. Contingency planning is nothing but a plan B, just to have alternatives, a plan for an organization to respond quickly to future events, especially external, and are often unpredictable, right? So they have a plan B in process. There could be also internal contingencies that affect the strategic plan, and that would include a change in the organizational culture or objective or even the mission, right? So it consists of two or more plans in place, especially for industries more prone to external contingencies. So that's all. It's nothing but a plan B, so that the company is not surprised. It sort of keeps the company prepared for unexpected events. And then the Boston Consulting Group, BCG Growth Share Matrix. This is very important from the examination point of view, because they almost always ask it in the essay, right? So what is it? A company or its product can be fitted into one of these four categories. That is the star. Let's start. Question mark, star, cash cow, and dog. So the company's products or the company itself can fit into one of these four categories, right? So it always starts with a question mark, which is called the problem child. Okay, because we really don't know whether it would go for would it become a star or would it go to dogdom. Okay, so what is the position of a product in the question mark area, in the question mark category? If you notice, the relative market share is low and the relative market growth could be high. If a proper investment is made, the growth could increase. And the cash usage is also high for these two categories, especially the question mark, the problem child, right? And sometimes it could go directly to dogdom, or it can become a star. Now, a star has got a relative higher market share and a good market growth. But stars, do they make a lot of money? Not really, because they require a high investment. Since the market share is high and the market growth rate is high, to maintain that market growth rate, it would require high investment. And then once the star gets established, it could go into the cow phase. The cow phase is considered to be boring, but every company would love to have it, because even though they have now achieved a high market share, the cows have achieved a high market share, but the market growth rate is low because it's sort of saturated, right? And the cow can be milked for cash. In fact, the cow products would fund the star and the question mark. Prices can be inflated, prices can be adjusted in such a way to bring them extra revenue. So it can be milked because it's already having a high market share, okay? And the investment on that shouldn't be too much, because there will not be an appropriate return. So if you invest in the investment in the star, if you're investing in a star, it would be good because the market share is also high. To maintain that high market share, you would have to invest, and market growth is also high. So in order to fuel that growth, investment is required. But investing in a cow would not be so profitable because the market share is already high and the growth is going to be low. So you may not get a very good return. Generally, after all this, the product or even the company goes to dogdom. So when it goes to the dogs, if you notice, there is a low market share and a low market growth rate. This is happening when the product reaches its maturity stage and is on the decline as well. Okay, so investing in a dog is of no use. Dog has to be sold ultimately or eliminated, right? So this is about the Boston matrix, where it helps to analyze which stage your product lines are and whether to invest or not on it. So this would give you, it's a decision-making tool where you would decide based on these descriptions, where does your product fit in and how much investment it should be required, how much investment is required, or should you invest or not? All those questions can be answered with the BCG matrix. So this is about BCG matrix. And finally, this is all description about it, what I just now explained. And finally, what are the benefits of planning? And what are the limitations of planning, right? So planning is beneficial. As I explained earlier, employees feel more motivated with plans. When a plan is in place and you are trying to achieve them, there is more motivation to act. And then it can improve the competitive advantage. When you plan ahead, it gives you, it forces the managers to look into the future and expect the unexpected, which would otherwise be unexpected. So it prepares them in many ways. And what is the disadvantages? As I told you, every successful business has to plan, or even you have to plan for your study. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail, as I told you earlier, right? So a plan is very necessary, even if you're not achieving it, right? It gives a yardstick of where you should have been and where you are, right? So what are the limitations then? The only thing is, for company, it's time consuming and costly. For an individual, it would be time consuming. Yes, you have to spend some time for a plan, right? And then following a plan too rigidly might be, they may not be able to respond to new opportunities or threats even, or adapt to new threats, unless there is a contingency plan as well, right? It says that they can hinder managers' creativity and innovation just because the formal plan does not accommodate their suggested new ideas. And then, see, planning is based on forecasts, and that may be inaccurate. But I wouldn't see that as a disadvantage. That shouldn't stop us from planning, right? It shouldn't stop us from planning. So I would show it to you. I'll share my screen and show the forecast which I did for my company, which I missed by a mile. Okay, so if I get it just now, forecast of UBS, yes. This is a company forecast which I made. I think you may not be able to see it. I'll share it again. So this was a forecast done in 2015, and I had forecasted until 2018, right? I had forecasted the main things: sales, cost of sales, gross profit, very abridged version. My boss told me to forecast this, and overheads and the net profit. Did we achieve this? No, we did not achieve this, right? The actuals is until 2014. And 2015, I think we were close to this. And later on, our profit declined for various reasons, which I don't want to go through. But my boss used to always use this, even though it's missing by a mile. He used to say that we should have been here. We should have achieved 1.3 million, and we are achieving only 600,000 or whatever. Right? So with the help of this forecast, he used to motivate the managers. So the limitation, what they're given in the text, that it cannot be accurate, it will be inaccurate sometimes. Yes, it's quite possible, but still it serves as a motivation tool. So going back to the text and the limitations, planning is based on forecasts that may be inaccurate. Large variances might cause, okay, an unplanned recession, pandemic, natural disasters, etc., could cause changes, but still, that shouldn't stop us from planning. A plan is a must. So with that, we finished strategic planning. The long-term one is over. So now we come to the short-term plans, which are budgets, basically. The small building blocks to achieve the strategy. So we will start about budgeting concepts in the next class after doing some multiple choice questions on strategy. Hello, friends. So we'll do some multiple choice questions in this class on formulating and implementing strategies. So let's go to the question bank. So the first question: to avoid failure, a company must maintain a constant focus on all of the following except. So this is an except question. Always pay extra attention to except questions. First of all, the reasons for failure was inertia, commitment to previous strategic commitments, previous strategy and strategic commitments. So that curbs flexibility to change strategy. Yeah. And inertia, previous strategic commitments, and the Icarus paradox. If you remember, I had done this in the previous videos. What does this say? It says that not to be dazzled by one's own success and become complacent, and not change strategies when required, right? So this was about the Icarus paradox. These are the reasons for failure. Now, how do you avoid failure? Yes, by following the best industrial practices, benchmarking, right? So that would actually avoid failure. Continuous improvement and learning would avoid failure, right? And the foundation and practices of the competitive advantages. The distinct competitive advantages are the 4 S's. If you remember, EQUIC, which is superior efficiency, superior quality, superior innovation, and superior customer responsiveness, right? So the foundation and practices of that would avoid failure. So then this leaves out B. If they constantly focus on previous strategies and strategic commitments, they would know the reason for failure, but it is not a way to avoid failure, right? So to avoid failure, if they follow the other three, identification and adoptions of best industrial practices by benchmarking, continuous improvement and learning, Kaizen, as well as learning as well, and the condition and practices of competitive advantages would surely see it out of failure. And this one, B, is the reason for failure. Previous strategy and strategic commitments that would give it less flexibility. It is one of the reasons for failure. So B is the right answer for this. So while we were looking at formulating strategies, we studied something about three strategies, which is functional strategy, business level strategy, and corporate strategy. Okay, corporate level strategy. So that's what we studied. And here it says strategic managers use different business level strategy to put the company's business model into actions. Business level strategies include all of the following except, this is another except question. How and where to invest the company's capital in ways that will result in competitive advantage? Yes, that is a business strategy. It would focus on places where they could invest capital to give them a competitive advantage. For example, it would focus on niche markets to gain a competitive advantage there. So that would be one of the business level strategies. And how to differentiate and how to price a company's product or service. So differentiation strategy is also a business level strategy. How to improve the product attributes, the service attributes, and personal attributes associated with company's product. Now, this is the functional level strategy. This is not a business level strategy. It is concentrating on the product and its functionality. So functional level strategy. So C is the right answer since this is an except question. What products to be offered to which customer groups? This is the segmentation strategy, which is also a business level strategy, right? Market segment strategy, a focus on certain markets is a business level strategy. So C is a functional strategy, concentrating on the company's product and to improve its product attributes, etc. So C is the right answer here. Let's go to some ICMA questions. Search for it. ICMA. Right. So a company has developed and implemented a wireless charging feature into one of its flashlights. No competitors in the marketplace currently offer this feature, right? And a market research study, the vast majority of consumers indicated they would buy this product and they would be ready to pay a premium for it, a higher price for it. Which one of the following is the best strategy to bring this product into the market? since they are doing something different, this product has a unique feature, right? So it would be Porter's differentiation strategy, right? So Porter has spoken about different business level strategies as well. So Porter's differentiation strategy is what would bring, is the best strategy to bring the market to the product. Why? Because no other competitor has offered it so far. It is a different product. So the differentiation strategy is the best strategy here. Okay, not the cost strategy. Cost strategy is the strategy to be a cost leader, to produce a product at the least cost. Not the focus or segmentation strategy, where they would focus on one or two customer groups or consumer groups. Here they have said that the vast majority are interested in the product. So why should you focus on one or two? Okay, market it as a different product. So C is the right answer for this. Let's see another question. A similar question. A company sells this product aimed at the broad mass product. So we'll remove market focus, right? And the company is earning above average returns on the product. It's already earning above average results. Which one of the following is the most appropriate term for the competitive strategy followed by the market, followed by the company? It's perceived as a unique product, so it is differentiation. Right? So we can put it as differentiation. So with that, we finished all about strategies. But there is one more topic on the other planning tools. So we have to do multiple choice questions on that also, and then we would be done with strategies. So we'll do that in the next session, other planning tools, multiple choice questions. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we would be doing the last part of strategic planning, which are other planning tools. We are doing multiple choice questions on this now because the concept has been explained in the previous videos. So let us share the screen and attack the questions. So when an organization develops a plan or plans to prepare for future, often unpredictable events, it's a plan B. I'd explain that. For future, unpredictable, generally external contingencies, it would be called contingency planning. Capital budgeting is a plan for capital investments like big machinery. Long-term business planning, well, strategy would come under that. And short-term business planning is usually budgets. So let's go to the next question. For this, D was the answer, contingency planning. So very easy level 1, level A kind of questions. So this is an except question, so be careful. But extremely easy. According to BCG share matrix, growth share matrix, all of the following are included in product lifecycle strategies except A. A is to do with the 4 generic competencies, which is superior efficiency, superior customer responsiveness, and superior innovation, and superior quality. So it's to do with that. It's nothing to do with BCG matrix. Aggressive pricing to increase market share generally happens for the question mark of the BCG matrix, because they're trying to increase their market share, which would be low, but the potential of growth is high. Milking the product is associated with the cow. Increase in investment to maximize market share is associated with the star. The question mark stage, investment should be done very carefully if we are sure that it will head towards the star. So yes, A is the right answer, and that is very easily standing out. So now let's do some ICMA questions, which is also surprisingly very easy. So if you know the BCG matrix, and I've explained it to you before, the products that are identified as cash cows, which actually possessed a high market share, they're saturated in the market, they have captured the market, but potential for growth will be low. So A is the right answer. A is the right answer for this. We'll analyze the wrong ones. So low market share in a high growth market would be a question mark. It just has a low market share, but potential to grow is more. So high market share in a high growth market is a star. And low market share in a low growth market is a dog. It has reached maturity. So cash cow is also reached maturity. The product is in its maturity stage, but it can generate cash to fund the dog and the star, and not the dog and the star, the question mark and the star. Dog doesn't warrant any investment because it has to be sold out or eliminated or just harvested. So let's go to the next question. For this, it was A. Yes. So after leading for the past decade, the growth of the product, after leading the market for the past decade, the growth of the product ABC is slowing down. In this stage of its life cycle, the product is still generating significant amounts of cash flows. So it's certainly not a dog. That covers the company's investment into new product innovation. So it's actually basically covering the star and the question mark. So this is a likely example of a cash cow because cashes are generated. The growth is slowing down, but it is leading in market share. Okay, so that is a cash cow. So B is the right answer. Let's go to another question. This is a super easy question. He's asking you what is best analysis. I've told you that it is political, economical, social, and technological, and not the others, obviously. So with that, we finished strategic planning and all the questions associated to it. Not all, a selected few questions from each part of strategic planning was done here. It's up to you to do more questions. Remember, the secret I told you is to do maximum multiple choice questions, but don't do easy ones. Try to do the ones which you're uncomfortable. So hang on there. Like they say, motivation gets you started, but habit keeps you going. So make it a habit to put in some hours of study every day, daily, consistently. Not too many. Start small, and slowly and surely you will achieve success. So the next class will be about budgeting concepts. Hello, friends. Welcome to the lesson on budgeting. In the last few sessions, we discussed about strategy, and we have completed what there is to know about strategy for the CMA exam. And I would suggest you do a deeper reading for strategy by studying some case studies of real life situations for companies, right? So then now we'll talk about budget. So let us go to the text and take a tour. So they start with budgeting concept. In this, they are just talking about what exactly a budget. So budget is a what you call a profit plan, right? So what are we going to do here? We are going to study the different types of budgets, as well as the what the budget does, what are the benefits and the prime advantages of a budget, and also the budget process, the process of making a budget. So here, in this paras, in these points, they are mentioning a connection between plan and budget, right? So management develops a plan, and then that is further shortened to a budget. A budget is a profit plan in quantitative terms, right? And sometimes while making this quantitative budget, they may have to revise their plans, or even sometimes the strategy. They find out some things that, which would cause them to revise their plan. And so that's what they're giving here about the connection between plan and budget. So the budget, when it's made, is called the master budget, right? And it is like a control tool. Fine. And then these are important. This will be tested in a multiple choice question quite often. The advantages of budget. Now, when they say what is the prime advantage of a budget, you should mention motivation. It would provide motivation for managers and employees to achieve the company's plans, right? So this is the main thing, and that holds good for you as an individual for your CMA exam. When you have a plan, you are automatically motivated. Remember, as I told you before, motivation gets you started, but habit gets you going, okay? So first of all, you will be motivated to get started, right? And you can try to maintain a motivation, and make it a habit to do certain work, okay? So in organization, that translates into culture, right? So it depends on culture as well for the success. So here the main thing, the starting point, which gets people fired up, is motivation, and that comes from the company's budget. This is the primary objective. So then that leads to coordination and communication. When there's a plan and there are several units in an organization, several segments, they all have a coordinated effort towards the goal of the company. That's called goal congruence. So everybody is working towards one goal. The efforts are not scattered elsewhere, right? They are all aimed, focused on one direction, right? So that is another important thing. And then it promotes efficient allocation of organization resources. So when a unit makes a plan that they are going to produce so many units, they produce based on what they're going to sell. So when they submit their budget that they're going to sell certain amount of goods, certain quantity of goods, the management automatically plans to allocate resources to achieve that goal of that particular segment of selling so many units or whatever, right? And they would give the administration backing, they would allocate capital, they would allocate manpower, etc., depending on the segment's plan, profit plan, which is budget. By the way, profit plan and budget are used interchangeably. So I would say this is one more important point. So motivation is the first. I would say, I don't know, I'm tied up between coordination and efficient allocation of resources because both are quite important. And of course, it promotes communication among all the organization's units, right? And then it is a framework to measure performance. And from that, we would control operations when it goes out of control, and we check on progress, how they are, how much of the goals have been achieved with the help of the plan, right? So a plan is very, very important, and that happens with a budget. So then these are the things which is actually explained further with examples, but the gist is what I have just now told you. Okay, here one very important point is given here. So it's a measure of performance, is it not? It's a framework for measure of performance, but he is also mentioning in bold that, however, performance should not be compared against current budget only. That is when manipulation takes place. Okay, so lower level managers would set budgets with slack. Slack is something too easy to achieve. I'll come to that a little more later as we go on. But for the timing, just know that they would set budgets which is too easy to achieve. Okay, and that's why it's better to benchmark the performance with the industry or the same company's performance in prior years, not only with the budget. So that is a very important takeaway. And then, as I told you, motivating employees. By the way, the budgets should not be made so unachievable, because that would be demotivating again, right? It should just have the correct amount of tension, and the goals should not be too high. I already spoke about efficient allocation of resources. And yes, when there are constraints, the resources should be allocated so as to give the maximum contribution per constraint. Now, here there is a very interesting example. There is a constraint, 3,000 machine hours. At the same time, you can see that the contribution per hour for racks is 250, and for file cabinets, I'm sorry, contribution per unit for racks is 250, and for file cabinets is 300, right? So it appears on the face of it that we should be producing more file cabinets as much as possible. And if demand exceeds after using the entire 3,000 machine hours for file cabinets, we would go on to manufacture or buy racks. It looks like that. But if you notice, file cabinets is taking double the time of racks, but the contribution unit per unit is not double that of racks, right? So here, in such cases, we take the contribution per machine hour, because that is the constraint, that is a limiting factor. So we want to make most money from the time. So this one, 250 by 1 by 2 will give us 125, and 300 by 4 would give us 75, right? So obviously that file cabinets is contributing lesser per machine hour. Now just imagine something like this. Let us say that file cabinets is contributing $3,000 per hour. Let us assume, this is just my assumption, okay? 3,000 per unit, let us say. But what if it consumed 3,000 hours to make 1 unit of file cabinets? Then what are you making totally? You will make only 1 file cabinet, is it not? With just $3,000, right? Because the contribution per hour is only 1. So it all depends on how much time it takes, right? It all depends on how much time it takes. So that is why we go to restaurants. We know it's much more beneficial for us to make it at home, more cost effective, but it takes time. So that's why we go to restaurants, because we don't want to put in so much of time. So same thing goes here. So this is contributing very less compared to racks. So we would manufacture racks. What will be the result? The result will be 3,000 hours, okay, into 125. This is 125 per hour, is it not? $125 per hour if we manufacture racks, right? So 3,000 into 125 would give us $375 $5,000. And if we use, this is for racks, and if we use for cabinets, this 3,000 hours would give us $75 per hour, and we would make 3,000 into 75, 225,000 only. So we are better off by $375 minus 225. We are better off by 150,000 by going for racks. Right? So this is the best way to find out. This is a proof to find out that it is better to go for racks. Some people work it out in a little different way. They would go about in this manner. So racks takes two hours to make one rack, is it not? So this 3,000 hours divided by 2 hours for a rack, okay, would give us 3,000 divided by 2, which is 1,500 racks. And this 1,500 racks would give us 250 per rack as contribution. So into 250 would give us the same result. Would give us exactly the same result. Okay, so instead of doing that, since you found it out per hour, just multiply the per hour contribution with the number of hours, right? So this is the way they would actually allocate scarce resources to more profitable products, right? So here he continues with the example and gets the same thing as we got, 375,000 for racks and 225,000 for cabinets. So what he says is, therefore, in the short run, under the existing constraint, 3,000 machine hours available per month, producing racks, only racks will maximize operating income. Why does he say in the short run? Because ultimately, you should cater for the wider market. So there are customers also wanting cabinets. So if you're not going to serve those customers, you're not expanding your client base, right? So in the short run, it's okay, but in the long run, we should also try to increase our capacity to cater for the file cabinet demand. Okay, so then the 5 and 6 is controlling and checking progress. That is done by variance analysis, which we do part 1, section C, performance measures, right? And also frequent comparing with actual results with the budget amounts and seeing the shortfall and analyzing the shortfall is one way to make use of budgets. So this is basically the concept, the basic concept of budget. And in the next session, we'll talk about time frames for budgets. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we will be talking about more about budgets. So let's go to the text. Time frame for budgets would vary depending on the type of budget, but usually it is for a year. A project budget, for example, can go for more than a year because it depends on the project, how long it is. Like a project budget would be like for a film to making a movie or building a ship, etc., which would have a budget of more than a year because it's long term. However, usually companies do have their usual profit plan for a year, and they compare the actuals and planned results and give a variance report. We used to do this every 3 months in our company. Depends on company to company. They can do it even monthly and give a variance report to the top management and explain the big variances. There is also a type of budget which is done on a continuous basis called a rolling budget or a continuous budget. These are generally for startups which don't have any previous historical data and they really don't know how their business is going to be. So what is this rolling budget? First, they would make it a tentative kind of budget from Jan to December. Let us assume that their fiscal year is the calendar year. And then once they get the actuals of January, they would actually drop January and make another budget from February to the next January. So every time they are having, that's covering a 12-month period, right? And now after that, when they have the actuals of February, they would drop February and make it from March to the next, to the March to next February, right? So this way, it would cover for a 12-month period every time. And once they gain experience of how their business is moving, they would settle for a normal static budget, right? So this is a rolling budget, the concept of it. And then what are the other concepts in budget? Okay, so this budget is done when particularly an environment is changing rapidly and also for startups. Okay. Yeah. So now, what are the different kinds of budgets? There is a participative budget wherein it's developed from bottom up, meaning all the lower rung employees would take part in the budget. So everybody is involved, even the lower level employees. This budget involves a lot of negotiation, however, between the lower managers and senior managers. So lower managers are made to prepare the budgets. They send it to the senior manager for approval. Senior manager may not approve all of it. They send it back and tell them to amend the budget, and they do it again, and it goes on back and forth. Negotiation is a big problem here, okay? But otherwise, it's a nice kind of budget because everybody feels involved. Now, authoritative budget might be in the military or the army. It's mainly top down. Senior management appears to hold all the reins to the budget, okay? And it would actually make a budget for every segment in the organization. It imposed. The budget is imposed on lower level employees and managers. Do you think this would work? Well, it has its advantages. Let's look at it further. Consultative budget is a combination of authoritative and participative. What would happen is they would ask input from lower level managers and the senior manager would then develop the budget without any negotiation, without again consulting back to the lower level management. So basically they are getting the input because the lower level managers are very much in touch with the day-to-day business. So they get the input from there and then they do their own budget, right? Of course, by taking the input of the lower rung managers. Now, what are the advantages and disadvantages? Participative budget is actually a good communication device. Senior management can understand the problems at the grassroots, and many people having hands-on experience in running the budget, in running the business is also involved in the budget. Okay. And employees also get to understand the problems of the top management, and top management gets to understand the problems of the employees. So it is most likely to motivate employees. Okay. And participatory budget is more likely to be achievable because developed from the input of the people responsible. So it's a good kind of budget, but it's not without disadvantages. Right? So unless senior management is really going to control the budget, the participative budget can lead to budgetary slack. They have told you here that it's discussed later in more depth, but I would explain it to you right now so that you understand while reading this the depth of what is budgetary slack. Now, let me just explain to you with an example of budgetary slack. Okay. Now let us say this is the real situation. Okay. And this is the slack. Okay. No, I'll say, oh, 1 minute. Let me just go to the whiteboard. That's better. I would say this is a budget. This is the true budget. And this is a slack budget. A budget with slack. So to explain the concept, this will do good. Now let's say the revenues of the true budget is $200,000. If they make it exactly how much they can achieve, okay? And let us say all expenses, I'm making a very abridged budget here. All expenses is, let us say 50,000. And the profit, what they can expect to achieve truly is 150,000. A slack budget is when the employees are trying to make the budget easy to achieve. So even though if they can achieve revenues of 200,000, they would say 100,000. Okay, so this is not true figure. And suppose their expenses are going to be 50,000, they would say 75,000. And then they would get only a profit of 25,000. So this is a slack budget. They can make 150,000, but they would say 25,000. Okay, now the reals, the actuals. Now when the actuals come, actuals are going to be close to this. Okay, so it would be like, let us say 175,000. Okay, and the expenses, let us say it is going to be close to this because this is true budget. Let us say it is, maybe it went a little bit more, 55,000. And the profit, the real profit is 175 minus 55 is 120,000. So actually they have not achieved the true budget, which is 150,000, but they have achieved the slack budget many times over. Is it not? They achieved the slack budget almost 5 times. So if management has, pinned their bonus based on the achievement of budget, right? So then the people who submitted a slack budget would get a high bonus, which is actually unfair, right? This is the way they would put slack. Now, what's the disadvantage of it? Now, see, the true budget is 200,000 and 50,000. So, but if they present a slack budget, the top managers would actually allocate resources only to achieve 100,000. The capital, manpower, etc., would be the decision of the top management. So they would allocate limited resources to the slack budget. So in the end, maybe he cannot achieve these results at all. Okay, because lesser resources was given to him, right? So that is one big problem. Inefficient allocation of resources result. And if the incentives are tied to achieving the budgets, the companies would lose more because they would be actually incentivizing the people who represented a slack budget. They would just give them incentive, which is a waste of money, right? So this is how a slack budget is, the concept of the slack budget. What are they doing here? Underestimating revenues and overestimating expenses, and as a result, understating the profits, right? So that it can be achieved easily compared to the real true budget. I hope you get the concept, right? So that's about slack budget. So when they say it results in slack, I think now you understand the concept better. Yeah. So it makes it, in short, it makes the budgeted profit more achievable, right? Then integrating corporate strategic plans into the budget can be difficult because it's participative. The lower management is preparing the budget, and they don't have the strategy insight as much as the top management has. Okay. And participative budget can be very, very time consuming. Believe me, in my company, we do the participative budget approach, and budgeting actually takes a lot of time, 2 or 3 months to get it finalized. So we start somewhere in October, November, December, 3 months it takes for us to finalize the budget. A lot of precious time, productive time goes into making the budget because the negotiation process is too time consuming, right? So these are the disadvantages of participative budget. And what are the advantages of authoritative budget? So definitely strategy is going to be achieved because the senior management is in control of the budgeting process, and it just gives orders to the lower management, right? So another thing is it can be done fast, it can be flexible, it eliminates the need to always meet with the lower level managements for negotiation. There's no negotiation. Slack is not a problem because the owners, in fact, would be making the budget. Limitations is lower level management feels left out, and they are feeling that they have a, they get the feeling that the top level managers, the top managers, senior managers have no idea about the problems in the day-to-day work, and they don't. Everyone dislikes to be dictated, right? So these are the things that would be the disadvantages. And communication between lower and top management is so much reduced, and having lesser communication is not a very good thing. So basically, the top managers won't have the real problems, have an idea of the real problems faced by the lower managers. So the budget sometimes may not be so effective. It may not get the results the managers expect because they are not consulting at all with the people who are doing the work. Finally, consultative budget. So what does it do? It makes final decisions without negotiation. Once it gets the input from lower level managers, right, they will consult the lower level managers. Once they get the input, they go ahead and prepare the budget themselves, right? So the amount of time consumed is much less than a participative budget, but it would be more than a authoritative budget because they're consulting with employees. Lower level managers see the input they provide are finally being incorporated in the final budget, so they get motivated, they get happy that their opinion is recognized. However, it can have another side to it too. The amount of time is greater than for an authoritative budget. We've discussed that, and sometimes when lower level managers input is disregarded or not incorporated in the budget, they would feel disregarded and demotivated, and it would be much worse than had they not asked their opinion, because you're asking their opinion and not incorporating or ignoring their opinion. So that would hurt the lower level managers more than an authoritative budget when they are not asked their opinion at all. So these are some of the advantages and disadvantages you can expect in all the kinds of budgets here discussed. And let me tell you, most of the companies I have worked with, I have not worked with too many companies. Two main companies is what my experience counts up to. But the companies I have worked with always adopted the participative budget. So just to give you a glimpse of reality. So these are the different kinds of budgets. We'll study more about budgets and the budget making process, how budgets are made. That we would do in the next session. Hello everyone. In this lesson, we would talk about the budgeting process. So let us go to the text. So the budget development process would start with budget guidelines being set and communicated by the top management or the budget committee, right? So the initial guidelines would govern the preparation of the budget. So what would these guidelines be like? The guidelines would be like, since investment by the government in the IT sector has gone up by 20% compared to the last year, so our budget also should go up by 20%. In the sense, if the government has increased their purchases of IT equipment by 20%, then our company also should be getting a share of that pie. So our growth of sales or the sales to the government should also increase by 20%. So that is how our company is to set the guidelines. Because I was working for a company which sells computers, servers, and other IT equipment to the government and other companies as well. So whenever the government has increased their budget for IT equipment, the guidelines sent down to us would be also to increase our sales compared to last year by 20%. So I'm just giving an example. So these kind of guidelines would be set, and also if there is a corporate downsizing of staff planned, the budgets should be adjusted accordingly to reflect this. And also the macroeconomic environment factors would be taken while setting the guidelines. So once these guidelines are set and communicated to the responsibility center managers, what are responsibility centers? Responsibility centers could be cost centers like accounting, marketing department, etc., or profit centers where the departments are responsible for sales as well as cost, and investment centers where they are responsible for the profit and the investment as well. So these kind of centers are called responsibility centers. So initial budget proposals are prepared by the responsibility center managers and based on the guidelines given, right? And after that, the biggest step or most time-consuming step, each responsibility center would submit their initial budget proposals to the next level, and they would submit to the next level, etc. And at each level, there would be negotiations to adjust the budget accordingly. Maybe something is not correct, something was not considered, etc. So the negotiation process would go on. Then finally, the unit budgets of the responsibility centers are consolidated and then sent to the topmost level or to the budget committee for approval. And once it gets approved, it gets approved by the CEO also, and finally by the board of directors. So this is a very, very time-consuming process. See, once it is submitted to the topmost management or even to the CEO, still negotiation can take place. The CEO might say this is not proper, the sales growth is too less, we should be achieving more, something like that, and he would send it down for corrections, right? And finally, once it's okayed by the board of directors, final approval is got. So is that the last thing? Is it the final? No. Revisions can take place to the budget, provided some big assumption or premise on which the budget was prepared is no longer valid. So suppose there's a big change or drastic change in the economic environment, only then the budget should be revised. Otherwise, too often revisions or too frequent revisions would make the budget useless, or it would lose its seriousness, right? So as a result, only big revisions should be, or big drastic changes, if it has occurred, only then the budget should be revised. Like in our company, for example, when we prepared the budget, $1, I was working in Kazakhstan, by the way, for a company called Universal Business Systems. So there, when we were preparing the budget, $1 was equal to 150 KZT, Kazakhstan tenge. After preparing the budget and getting it approval by the topmost management, the dollar became double, 300 or 350 tenge, something like this. And since we import most of our material from HP, right? What we had to do, and we had to pay in dollars, so we had to revise the entire budget. Our margins were down. And this was a time we really had to reopen the budget after it got approved and revise it. It's quite normal, provided something serious or drastic like this happens. Then we report variances. Like he has said here, budget has no meaning if it is not compared to the actuals and variances are reported, right? So variance analysis is studied more in detail in section C of part 1, but any difference from the budget and actual results, big differences are called variances, and they have to be investigated. So that's what we do. We use the variance reports to identify the problem and then fix it as well. What's the point of reporting variances and comparing the actuals and the budgets and when no action is done? Action should be taken to report those variances, and not only that, correct those variances as well, right? So, for example, the example given here is the production manager would have seen a very unfavorable usage variance that might have been caused by an inferior material being purchased. So then the burden, the onus comes on the purchase manager because he is responsible for purchasing, and we would actually question him, why was the material inferior? He has a valid reason. We would, or a reason uncontrollable, we would just let it go. Otherwise, if it can be corrected, we would immediately take action, right? Suppose he says there were no other material available in the market, this material had to be purchased, then probably we don't have a choice. But if it was by some error or by choosing the wrong supplier, inferior material was ordered, then the supplier should be changed immediately. So these are the budget development process. See, there are different kinds of budgets, but most of the budgets follow these steps. And these steps are very aptly or correctly put because I have experienced this since I was one of the budget preparation team in my company. So all these steps would take place, and negotiation is the biggest, toughest step and most time consuming. We used to compare actuals and budgets every quarter and report the variance and correct the variance. At one point of time, in one particular instance, I remember very clearly that when we were comparing the budget and actuals, we found that the salary taxes, the actual salary taxes was very much less than the budget. So then we realized we made a mistake while preparing or calculating the salary tax in the budget. So we had to correct the budget at that time. So these kind of things would take place when we compare actuals and budgets. So now, the next session we would talk about characteristics of a successful budget process, and that would be next time. Hello, friends. We are still talking about budget concepts, and now we would talk about the characteristics of a successful budget. We spoke about the budgeting process in the previous video. So let us go and see what should be the characteristics of a successful budget. So there are many points here. I would get to the gist of it and an abridged version. So basically, a successful budget should have the support of the top management. And if management supports it, not only the top management, management at all levels support it, then all the lower level employees and managers also would take it seriously. So it's very important. First thing is the budget should have the support of the top management, right? And then, as I told you, the primary advantage of budget is it should be motivating. So it should be a motivating device, right? And it should be easily revised if necessary. It shouldn't be too complicated. It shouldn't be too time consuming to revise it, right? It should be able to, we should be able to revise it very, very fast, right? And some people have a separate software for the budget. And in my company, it's a small company, so we just use Excel for it. And I have made certain, I have put in certain formulas which would make corrections or revisions very easy. All right. Next, it should be technically correct. Yes, it happened to us one time. The budget had wrong tax calculations, and when we were comparing it with actuals, it was missing by a mile. So we wondered what was going wrong, and then we realized that the budget formulas for taxes was incorrect. So those kind of things should not happen. It would be very misleading. Okay. So then, I'll go, as I told you, to the most important things. If it goes certain further, communication. Yes, there should be proper communication and coordination. It is very vital for a successful budget, and it should not be rigid. It should not come across, the manager should not put an excuse that it's not in the budget. That's the usual excuse. If they want to pursue some profitable venture, or even just to give you a raise, they would say it's not in a budget. Okay, so budget should be reasonably flexible. Yes, it's very time consuming, so the budget cycle time should be reduced. It shouldn't take months. And then let's see what more important points are there. Yeah, they say sufficient lead time. That means since budget takes some months, it should get reasonable time to prepare the budget. People should get reasonable time to prepare the budget, but at the same time, it shouldn't take too long. So these are the main points what I saw was important. And if you ask me, out of all these points, the most important point is top management support, right? That should be there in order for it to be successful. One more important point, I don't know if it's mentioned here. Let me just see. Rest, right. Here it's mentioned. Managers should be evaluated on performance measures other than simply meeting the budget targets. If you want a successful budget, never link your incentives to meeting the budget. Then there's going to be slack. Managers would manipulate the actual results as well as the budgets in order to meet the budget and get their incentive. So incentive should be linked on something else other than meeting the budget. That would be a big mistake by linking the incentives to the budget, right? It can be like, for example, incentives can be given to managers who have got the most new customers or who have ventured into new markets, something like that, rather than just meeting the budget. So that is very important to have a successful budget without slack. Now, what is slack? I have already explained in the previous class, previous videos. And here they have mentioned here, budgetary slack is explained in greater detail. But I have already explained that. You can I explained with an example, so you can go there and have a look at it. It's properly given a good heading so that you can easily find it. So now, goal congruence. What is goal congruence? Everybody working towards one goal is called goal congruence. That's all it's all about, right? And that's about it. The next we will talk about responsibility centers and controllable costs. But before that, I think we should do some multiple choice questions. That will be done in the next session. Hello, friends. Let us do some multiple choice questions now on budgeting concepts. I have already explained the theory part of it. Now let's do the MCQs. Share the question bank here. So he's asking which one of the following reasons is not a significant reason for planning in an organization. I like these kind of questions because the other choices, the more number of choices are significant reasons for planning. For example, promotion and coordination among operating units is a significant reason for planning, because it promotes coordination and communication among operating units. But that is not the answer. Forcing managers to see into the future is one of the reasons for planning, so that managers can be prepared for the future trends and conditions. And it's a basis for controlling operations. So all these are reasons, are significant reasons for planning. What is not a significant reason is monitoring. And here you should note they have mentioned profitable operations. Yes, it is this monitoring is nothing but controlling. It is a basis of controlling. Okay, and that is a significant reason for planning. But it doesn't monitor only profitable operations. Sometimes for startups, there would be a loss budget. They would prepare a loss budget, and just that also could be monitored so that the loss doesn't get out of hand and exceed the budget, right? So it can monitor profitable and non-profitable operations. So for that reason, that is not a significant reason for planning. Okay, the others are significant reasons. So D is the right answer. Let's go to our next question. And it is a CIA, or we'll choose CMA, ICMA questions. All of the following are advantages of budgets in a management control system, except that budgets, it's an except question again, and this is from ICMA. So it force management planning, that budgets force management planning. Yes, it's an advantage. Provides performance criteria. It's an advantage. We have to choose a disadvantage or not an advantage. It promotes communication, coordination within the organization. Yes, that does happen. Yeah, whatever be the budget, it will not limit unauthorized expenditures. That is a managerial function to check whether unauthorized expenditures do not take place. It is not done in a budgeting process. It is something to do with management oversight. So D is not an advantage of a budget, because budget doesn't handle, is not going to limit unauthorized expenditures. So now let's go to the next question. So D was the right answer for that. Oops, I'll erase this. Yeah. So here, all of the following are criticisms of a traditional budgeting process, except, another except. It makes across the board cuts when early budget iterations show that planned expenses are too high. Yes, this does happen in a budget, in a budgeting process, which uh, should not happen in the sense that without proper approvals in place, these kind of things should not happen. So that could be some of the criticisms of traditional budgeting. It incorporates non-financial measures as well as financial measures into its output. This is an advantage. It's not a criticism. So this could be the answer. Yes. Now looking into it, a budget would incorporate even non-financial measures like the number of units to be produced, the markets to penetrate, or the number of employees to be recruited in a particular year. So all that would come into the into the budget, including financial measures. So this is not a disadvantage. It's not a criticism. It's an advantage. So that is B. Yes, it has been criticized that it overemphasizes a fixed time horizon such as 1 year. Whereas, some projects would take more than a year to complete. So a budget for more than a year has to be made for such kind of projects. So yes, a fixed time horizon sometimes does not catch all the cycles of business. So it has been criticized for that. Is not used until the end of budget period to evaluate performance. Yes, this also happens a lot, especially for government budgets. We don't know whether the government is meeting the budget or not until it's year end and it's time for the next budget. Then they say, yes, there's been a deficit, a fiscal deficit, or a fiscal surplus. So even if they are comparing with the budget during the year, it's not published or reported until the end of the year for many organizations as well as the government. Yes, it has been criticized for that too. So B is an advantage of a budget rather than any criticism. So that is the answer. Let's go to the next question. So here is a big one. They're describing here the entire budgeting process, that the guidelines are disseminated. For this kind of questions, always look at the last line. See what they want, and then you'll be more focused. That's the way it should be done, since the questions are big. And this is the approach you should also adopt during the exam. This outlines outline of steps best describes. Best is bold-faced. That means there could be close answers. Best describes which one of the following approaches to budget development. Well, now if you read the whole thing, mind is focused on what is asked. So planning guidelines are disseminated downwards by top managements. In other words, guidelines have been given for all levels of management. Sales budget is prepared by the responsibility centers, reflecting sales target of various segments. And this provides a basis of departmental production. So communication is lateral as well, and other related components of the various operating units. See, again, he has mentioned here, communication is primarily lateral with some upward communication. Profit plan is submitted to top management for coordination of review. They make recommendations, and that's acted upon the middle management. A revised profit plan is again resubmitted until it's perfected. So top management grants final approval and distributes the formal plan downwards to various operating units. So all this best describes what? It's not imposing, like mentioned before, mentioned in A, because it's not a dictator or a authoritative budget, because the top management are not making all the plans. They're just sending down the guidelines. It's a bottom-up approach with some lateral communications as well. So basically, guidelines are given to the lower levels of management, and they communicate later with the top management after preparing the budget to get their recommendations or revisions, etc. So it's a bottom-up approach. A top-down approach is more or less an authoritative budget like A, where the top management prepares the budget and tells and informs all the other lower level managements to just follow it. So C is not the way it's done here. And total justification of all activities by operating units is a ZBB, a zero-based budget. It's nothing to do with what they have described in the question. Okay, so B is the right answer. Let's go to the next question. I hope you all are doing the questions before seeing my explanation. It's very important you try to do it by yourself. So here he says that all of the following are advantages of top-down budgeting as opposed to participative budgeting, except that, see here, it would give you, all the other choices would give you the advantages of top-down budgets. So you can concentrate on that. It increases coordination of divisional objectives. Yes. Because the top management is making all the budgets. Reduces the time required for budgeting. Yes, that's the advantage. We have to choose a disadvantage. Why does it reduce the time required? Because there's no negotiation process. Otherwise, in a participatory budgeting, the lower management would make the budget, send it up for approval. The top manager would sometimes reject it and suggest changes, and then a negotiation goes on until consolidation, until final approval and consolidation. That is very time consuming. If the budget is dictated, this is a sort of a dictatorial budget. If the budget is dictated by the top management, there is no question of negotiation here. Yes, this is not an advantage. It will limit the acceptance of proposed goals and objectives because the employees don't feel that it's a part of them. It's not their budget. Okay, so that's why they may not accept. And employees being at the grassroots would know the practical difficulties of achieving certain tasks. So they would not accept the proposed goals and objectives, which might be, in some cases, not practical. Facilitates implementation of strategic plans. So there's no question of goal congruence and departments having tunnel vision here, because the top management would set plans for all the departments, which is in sync with their strategic plans. So that would be an advantage. So C is a disadvantage because it would not have everybody's wholehearted, willful support. Let's go to the next question. We can't do all the questions here, so I'm just doing some ICMA questions. So you will do as many questions as possible and get back to me if you feel something is not right. So here he's asking you, which of the following approaches would produce the greatest amount of positive motivation and goal congruence? Goal congruence again is all the departments and units of an organization working towards a common goal and coordinating their activities to achieve that common goal. So A, if you permit the divisional manager to develop the goal for the organization, then he would look after his own profits and his own incentives. Okay, so this is not to do with goal congruence. It might motivate the divisional manager, but it will not serve the company's purpose. Have senior management develop the overall goals. This is good. And permits the divisional managers to determine how these goals will be met. This is a sort of top-down budget. Okay, so it is sort of dictatorial. It will not bring about positive motivation from divisional managements. Have the divisional manager and senior management jointly develop goals? Here it's quite good. Jointly develop goals and objectives while constructing the company's overall plan of operation. This sounds to be very good, but let's read further. Have the divisional manager and senior manager jointly develop goals. Here there is participation, same as 1. And the divisional manager to develop the implementation plan. So here the divisional manager would feel a part of the goals and objectives of an organization because he was a part in setting it up. And since the divisional managers know the nitty-gritty of the business and all the details of it, since he's involved into the day-to-day activities, they would together develop goals which are practical and achievable. And the divisional manager, since he knows how to get things done and is involved into day-to-day operations, it's best to leave the implementation plan to him. So out of this, positive motivation by involving the divisional manager to develop an implementation plan and involving him to develop goals of an organization would bring about positive motivation as well as goal congruence, because both the divisional manager and the senior management are working towards one goal. So D would bring about the best result in terms of motivation and goal congruence. So with that, we finish budget concepts. We'll move on to other topics of budgets in the coming video sessions. Hello friends, in today's lesson, we will discuss about responsibility centers where in the context of budgeting. Okay, so let me just first go to the whiteboard and explain some concepts before we look at the text. So what are responsibility centers? So responsibility centers can be, so under responsibility centers, it could be, sorry for the spelling, oops, the mess. Yeah, responsibility centers could be a cost center, a profit center, okay. It could be actually a cost center, for example, sorry. For example, a cost center would be accounts department, where all the costs, where it's responsible to be efficient, right? It has to be efficient with the inputs of the cost. It should bring about the most output with minimum inputs. So accounts department, R&D, which are all incurring costs. Okay, so budgeting should be done for all these responsibility centers. The next would be an example, a next cost center would be a revenue center. The next responsibility center would be a revenue center. For example, the sales department. So they have to be effective. So they have to bring about revenue, and they would be accountable for revenue. And they will have to budget for the revenue. And their budgets would be compared with the actuals. Same with the cost centers like accounts department, R&D, the maintenance department, etc. Okay, and then there are profit centers. Now, profit centers could be any segment. Okay, any segment wherein they are responsible for both the cost and the revenues and eventually the profit. So the budgeting will be done for cost, revenues, and profits, which they can control. The most important thing about all these responsibility centers is they would be responsible or accountable for the cost they can control. So not only about variable cost, it could be controllable fixed cost like salaries of that department, but the manager of that department's salary would be controlled at the next higher level, because a manager of his own department is not in control of his own salary. Okay, so this will be studied in greater detail in section C, part 1, but however, in the context of budgeting, I will have to explain some of it to you here. Okay, so the cost profit center is a segment which is responsible for both segment or division, which is responsible for both the cost and the revenue. And then there is an investment center. An investment center would be responsible for revenue, cost, profit, and a return on its investment. So even the assets under the controllable assets would be coming under investment center. So an investment center would be accountable for its revenue, cost, eventually the profits, and to get a reasonable return on investment on its assets. So it should also have control on the assets. Otherwise, it will be a mismatch, right? If they are not having control of their assets and they're expected to get a certain return on it, it would be very discouraging for the investment center manager. Okay, so these are the different areas or centers, responsibility centers, where budgeting would take place. So now let's just go and have a look at the text, which is saying nothing but that, what I just told you, right? So control in an organization is exercised through responsibility centers, right? And therefore, budgeting must also be done at responsibility center level, which I just now explained to you, the different responsibility centers. So center managers again should be responsible for budgeting only the cost that they can control. Now, the example for an investment center, what I had mentioned earlier, is a branch office. So only controllable costs and assets would come under their responsibility. Non-controllable costs would be controlled at a higher level in the organization. But every cost is controlled at some level or the other. There should not be any cost which is not controlled. So that's what they put in the note here. All costs must be controlled by someone. Whenever no one is responsible, then the controlled cost goes haywire, and it would be a great risk for the company, right? So that is used to evaluate managers. So that's about responsibility centers. Just a brief talk about it, and to know what are the different kinds of responsibility centers. As I told you, we would be studying this in greater detail in section C, part 1. So for the timing, that's all. And we will go on to establishing standards in the next session. Hello friends, in this video we'll be studying about the standard setting process. That would be the first step when you are starting on budgets. So just let us go and look at the text on it. So standard setting standard costs. Why should we do this? Because that is a unit of the budget. For example, when we set a standard for material, for a raw material, okay, like maybe 3 pounds is required to make one finished good, 1 unit of finished good. So 3 pounds, 3 pounds at $5 per pound, at $5 per pound. So it would be now $15 to finish one finished good. So this would be the standard price for a where only material is concerned. Of course, there would be labor and overhead also. I'm just simplifying it to a material. So this is the standard for 1 unit of material. That into the budgeted volume. Budgeted volume. Let us say the budgeted volume is 10,000 units. So that would give us the budget. So that's why the standard is very important. So first, when you set a standard into the budgeted volume would give you the budget. So it is a building block for the budget, you can see. So how are standards set? How are standards set? What are the different methods of setting standards? Okay, so one of it is active activity analysis. Activity analysis is a little bit expensive. It involves evaluating all input factors like labor, material, and all other activities required to complete a job or a project efficiently. It's one of the most accurate ways of determining standard costs. Okay, it would involve industrial engineers, management accountants, production workers, experience from all areas are required for this. This can be combined with time and motion study also. So what is time study? Time study is nothing but how long it takes an average person to complete a job at normal pace. And what is motion study? Motion study is designed to determine the best way to complete a repetitive job. So those could be combined. Those would come under activity analysis. But it's very challenging because they might have different opinions. A production manager might have a different opinion as compared to a management accountant as regards to how long it would take for a job to complete or to set a standard. Sometimes the people who are working with the standard, like production workers, would try to make the standard a little loose so that it's easily achievable. And the management accountants and industrial engineers should tighten the screws there. That is the challenge. Then comes the historical data. This is the least expensive. This is the least expensive method of setting up standards. The historical data method. Okay. So, like mentioned here, it's not only about the quantity of direct materials or quantity of direct labor input for which the standard cost should be determined. Also, the quality would come into play here in case of materials, and skill in case of labor. Right? So that would all go into establishing the standard cost. Okay, now coming to historical cost. Like it said here, while activity analysis is the most accurate, historical cost is very easy and less expensive than activity analysis. So they just go back and see what was done before, what it costed before to establish and establish that historical cost as the standard for future periods, so that they don't go worse than what had happened before. But there's a disadvantage here. It may perpetuate past inefficiencies. What does this mean? That means if a work had been done inefficiently before and it had costed them more per unit, keeping that as a standard would perpetuate. It means it would continue forever. Those inefficiencies would continue forever. So unless a company is very confident that their historical cost was the best cost, was the least or optimum cost, we can say, not least, because least could be something very cheap as well. An optimum cost which has a proper quality and it would optimize on cost as well, unless they're quite confident confident of that, they cannot do historical cost data as a standard. They cannot make historical cost data as the standard. Then comes target costing. Target costing is another way of setting up standards. I would just explain you that. So generally, sometimes the selling price is fixed. The firm doesn't have any control in a competitive market over selling price. So if the selling price is, let us say, 100 for simplicity, and the company's cost per unit is at present 80, and they're getting a profit of 20, a gross profit of 20 in this case. But the management desires to get a profit of 30, let us say. The required profit is 30. So keeping the selling price constant at 100, what should be the cost for them to get a profit of 30? So the cost should be 70. So that is the target cost. So the target should go now from 80, it should become 70. So this would be the target cost. And this would become the standard for the company to work with, right? So this is how target costing could be used to set standards. And then it could be ruled by strategic decisions like Kaizen, which means continuous improvement. That means it's quite challenging. The standards set would be quite challenging, so that continuous improvement is encouraged in order to achieve that particular cost. Generally, what happens, it could be combined with target costing. Now, in order to achieve a target cost of 70, they may have to budget for Kaizen, continuous improvement. Small Kaizens are incremental, very small steps of improvement, not drastic big ones, in order to achieve a target. Okay, and that would be that. And the next would be benchmarking. Benchmarking is a popular method to set standards. It would actually set standards based on the best performing divisions within the same company, or compared to the best in the particular industry. So, for example, if the best in the industry finished good cost, let us say 45, and the company's finished goods is costing, let us say 60, they have to aim to be the best in the industry, compared to the best in the industry. So they would actually keep 45 as their standard benchmark, and all the company would be working towards that. So benchmarking data is also published from associations of manufacturers that collect information for their members. Okay, so that would be a good line to start with, but there's a drawback here. Maybe the conditions, working conditions and facilities in the best of the industry, like in the best company in the industry, would be different from the current company. and that would pose an unachievable standard to achieve, right? So maybe the standard, the bar is set too high, maybe, for them to achieve a $45 finished good per unit. Okay, so those kind of challenges have to be seen before they set a benchmark for where they are selecting the best of the industry, right? So these are the different ways of setting standards. And as I told you, standards are the building blocks for the budget. So once the standard is set, they would go ahead and project that into the budget. So next we will see who is responsible to set the standards. Hello friends, and in this video we'll be talking about the different methods of standards setting, in the sense based on who should be setting the standard. So there are different ways of setting standards. One is the authoritative way, one is the participative way, and the consultative way. Okay, so let us look at the benefits and disadvantages of each of these methods. So what is authoritative? The standard setting is done by the top management and is handed down to those who are in charge for their execution. Sorry. So the management sets the standards, right? But here in participative, the people who are affected, that is the lower level management, they would set the standards and then send it upwards, and that would be negotiated and a common language found. So this involves negotiation, and it's the most time consuming. Consultative is a mixture of both. Senior management asks the lower level managers, consults with them for setting the standards, because the lower level managers are responsible. They are involved into the day-to-day work. So their input becomes very important to set standards. And then after they get the inputs from the lower level managers, the senior management would actually set the standards on its own without consulting any further, right? So they would take the input and then they present them to those who are affected by them. So what are the benefits and limitations of this? Authoritative is good because it is done generally when there are a lot of people involved, so they cannot afford to waste time on negotiation. All the factors that affect cost will receive proper consideration, but it cannot be done very efficiently without input from people who are actually working or are involved in the day-to-day activities. So at some point of time, in order to consider all factors that affect cost, they should take some input from the grassroots. So management expectations will be reflected in the standard cost, what they want, what they desire would eventually happen, standard setting process would be handled more fast because lesser individuals are involved, lesser negotiation. However, the drawback is the affected employees would feel that sometimes the standard is not practical and their opinion is not taken, so their motivation would not be so much. Now, benefits of participative budget, everybody likes it because they are all being consulted and they are the ones who actually made a realistic budget for themselves. However, the drawback is it would take a lot of time in negotiation, which strangely is not mentioned here. But the standard may not support achievement of the strategic goals and operating objectives because the lower level managers don't have a sight about the company's goals, strategic goals. So they would be looking a little with a tunnel vision regarding cost or standards which would affect their own department. A consultative budget would have the benefits of both, right? So it would also incorporate the management strategy as well, right? And the limitations is, yes, it would be more time consuming than an authoritative process. And if employees are consulted for inputs and later the management goes ahead and does what they wish without considering or disregarding some of the suggestions of the employees might feel, very, very rejected, and that would be demotivating, right? So this is the same, the limitations and advantages are the same as what we discussed in the authoritative, participative, and consultative budget preparing process. So this is about that. Next, we will go and see how these standards are prepared. Okay, what to be considered to set standards, for example, like direct material, direct labor, and overhead. We'll see that in the next session. Hello, friends. In this session, we'll talk about the details of standard setting, of establishing standards for direct material and direct labor. Overheads, we will do it in another session. So let's go to the text and see what it says about it. So when we are considering to set standards for direct materials, we have to take into consideration the required quality that comes first, and the quantity needed per unit of output, and the price per unit of the direct materials. So quality is the first step. So that would include the marketing department, the engineering department, production department, and management accountants. All are needed to make in making a determination of the quality, right? So an optimum quality that would also be cost effective should be determined. And then what is the quantity required? So that would actually, the quantity required would actually, the price eventually would depend upon both the quantity and the quality, because if they buy a larger quantity, they would get a lesser price, right, due to economies of scale. So who are involved here? Again, the production department should be involved for the quantity, and the management accountants all should work together to develop the quantity standard. Then once they give these two factors, quality and quantity, when it is handed over to the purchase department, the purchase department or the purchase manager would determine a standard price per unit considering the quality and quantity standards. They would consider various vendors and the reliability of delivery also, it should be looked into. And of course, they would pick a vendor which is giving them the lowest price for the required quality. And that would become the standard price for direct materials. Also, sometimes some materials might be required urgently, so it might have to be transported by aircraft. So those kind of things, the mode of transport should also be incorporated in the standard price. So these are the factors to be considered while determining the standard for direct materials. More of it will be studied in section C, or the same thing, same concept applies in standard setting when we study variance analysis under section C part 1. Now, quality, the same thing goes here also to establish direct material standards. The quality of direct labor, which is called the skill, the required skill has to be taken into effect. The type of work also, manufacturing process. So the skill, the quantity of direct labors, for example, how many skilled, how many unskilled, how many semi-skilled, all those should be taken into consideration. The labor union also would be consulted here, right? And of course, management accountants and everybody would be consulted for the quantity of standard quantity of direct labor required. Then the price is set based on the quantity, how much is required, and the skill of the people. So yes, the price would include the labor union as well, along with the HR department. right? So that also would be taken into consideration. And sometimes the price for direct labor would be standard price for the direct labor would be set after in consultation with the labor union if a labor union is involved, so that there would be least price variance once it is decided between management and labor union what is going to be the standard price per direct labor hour. Sometimes the cost other than the hourly cost would be included in the direct labor cost, like for example, payroll taxes, employee benefits, pensions, life insurance, medical insurance, paid vacations, etc., would be included in the wage rate, standard wage rate per hour. Or sometimes what would happen is they would put all this extra stuff like fringe benefits, medical insurance, pension plan contributions, paid vacations, etc., as overhead and distribute it equally among the labor hours worked. Right? So either ways, it wouldn't make too much of a difference on wage rate per hour. Okay, so the next would be establishing overhead standards, which I will do in the next session. You would have plenty of multiple choice word questions for direct material standard setting and direct labor standard setting, which could be a little challenging. Hello friends, in this video we'll talk about establishing overhead budgets. So let's go to the text. So what are overheads? Overheads are the following, which cannot be traced exactly to a particular unit. So it would include indirect materials such as cleaning chemicals, disposable tools, protective devices like gloves, etc., and also grease and lubricants, etc. So this would vary with production. All this would increase with increase in production. So it can be called a variable overhead. Variable overhead. Then other overheads like indirect labor, such as plant superintendent's salary, plant janitor's salary, and so on. They are not directly making the units, but they are required to in order for production to take place. So these would be in the nature of a fixed overhead, right? And then there can be other costs like depreciation, which would be categorized as a fixed overhead, and other non-traceable costs. Okay, so how do we budget this? How do we establish a standard for this? So we would do the following. In the beginning of the year, before the production starts, it's all an estimate. A budgeted overhead, fixed overhead cost, factory overhead, which would include fixed and variable. So divided by the predetermined activity level, maybe number of hours, maybe units. And that would give, this is the standard predetermined overhead rate per unit. For example, if you have 100,000 as the budgeted overhead, it's all budgeted, and 10,000 as the number of units, predetermined activity level that they may attain. So it would be a $10 per unit predetermined standard overhead rate. Because it includes budgeted figures, it would be the standard overhead rate. Now, overhead would be applied based on these estimated rate for all production. Why? Because by the time we capture all the actual overhead, it would be too late. What about the production, because actual overheads don't all come at once at the beginning of the year. They would be coming throughout the year. So the production which is taking place in the beginning months would actually go without an overhead rate if we wait for all the actuals to come and then spread it over the production. By the time, many units would have been sold as well. So in order to cost it properly, we would use this predetermined overhead rate. So how it would be, I would just show it to you. This is the factory overhead account. All the actuals would be posted on the debit side of this account. So for example, a salary of the superintendent. Okay, so it would be to cash. The salary may be 20,000, etc., etc. So many overheads. But when you are producing, it would be transferred to WIP by credit to the overhead account. Maybe they made 2,000 units into $10, right? So $20,000 would be transferred to the production account. And then later, the actuals would be compared with the ones which are applied. This is called applied overhead. And any shortfall would be transferred to cost of goods sold or finished goods and cost of goods sold or any other inventories if it is determined to be a big amount. We'll come to that a little later, but first you should understand how the standard is established. Now, I told you budgeted fixed overhead divided by predetermined activity level. Now, this predetermined activity level is a little tricky to determine because company can use various different kinds of activity levels. Those activity levels we will study right now. It's here. So this is all what I've explained to you. So you don't have to worry too much about it. Yes. So one could be the theoretical or ideal capacity. What's the theoretical or ideal capacity? It's the capacity of absolute efficiency. So if the company is working most efficient level at all times for no allowances for idle time or downtime, then it's supposed to be theory. And as it's mentioned here, it exists only in theory. It's not practically achievable or ideal. Now, nothing is ideal in this world, right? So if everything goes on perfectly, what would be the capacity? Now, for example, if the budgeted overhead is, let us say, 100,000, divided by the ideal capacity, let us say it is 20,000 units. 20,000 units. So each unit would have a predetermined overhead rate of $5. So this would be the standard, and actuals would be generally much higher. So this kind of capacity, if used, would tend to give more under-absorbed overheads. Right. So now let us go on to practical capacity. Now, what's practical capacity? It's nothing but the theoretical capacity, but they would take into account idle time as well, idle time and normal downtime for maintenance of machinery. So for example, the 100,000 budgeted fixed overhead, 20,000 was the theoretical capacity. The practical capacity, taking into account reduced time for idle time of workers, downtime for machinery, etc. But it's not reduced by decrease in demand. It's the attainable capacity, ignoring how much they can sell, right? So now let us say from 15,000, it comes down to 10,000. So now this is a higher standard rate per unit. It would give rise to lesser under-absorbed overhead. Right? Then the master budget capacity. This would take into account how much they sell also. They can make 10,000 units, but can they sell? No. Maybe they can sell only 8,000 units. So then the budget, the activity level will be prepared, take into consideration, or it's reduced by the decrease in sales demand. They can make 10,000, but they can sell 8,000. So they would budget 8,000 as the activity level. So that would give a slightly higher rate of 12.5 per unit. The 100,000 divided by 8,000. Yes, 12.5. Normal capacity is something different. It would take the budgeted overhead and take into consideration the average demand over a business cycle. See, always business cycle would go up and down. It would take into account also seasonal. Now, seasonal is within the year, fluctuations within the year, whereas cyclical is over a period of time, the peaks and the declines. Okay, so an average of this demand is taken over a period of 2 or 3 years. So that might come sometimes more than the master budget capacity or less than that. So we really don't know, right? So maybe it would come, let us say 8,500, because there are peak times as well. Okay, so that would give us 100,000 divided by 8,500. It would come to some odd figure like 11.76 in this example. But master budget is the best capacity level, because that would give you the least under or over absorbed overheads. Generally, when you are estimating overhead based on a predetermined rate. You want that rate to be realistic as possible. It would definitely not be equal to the actual overheads. Sometimes it will be over-absorbed, more will be put into production than what is actually incurred, but sometimes it will be short. Maybe we have charged production less. That is when it's under-absorbed. Now, what is mentioned here, which I also did not earlier know, is that US GAAP specifically prescribes that normal capacity should be used for external financial reporting. Other denominator level concepts are better choices for other purposes, but normal capacity should be used for external financial reporting, because absorption costing is done for external reporting, and it should include all overheads in the inventory and cost of goods sold. So they say normal capacity is specifically prescribed under US GAAP. So that's something to know about. So these are the different capacities, and this is how overheads are budgeted. So the remaining, he gives you an example. We would do questions directly to understand this. And then comes the forecasting techniques. So with this, we complete the discussion on budgeting concepts. Then we'd go to forecasting. So we would do first more questions on establishing standards and other concepts of budgets. We will do some multiple choice questions on that, and then move on to forecasting techniques. Hello, everyone. In today's lesson, we will do MCQs on establishing standards. So let's go to the question bank. So the first question here says, all of the following concerning standard costs are correct except. So this is an except question, so extra care should be taken to answer it rightly. And all the answers are correct. All the options will be correct except one. So we have to find out that one. So time and motion studies are often used to determine standards. So this is correct. Time and motion studies would be the study of how much is the usual time taken to make a finished good, right? So that would be studied. And the actions required for making the particular finished good or a project. So this would be a part of activity analysis in setting up standard cost. And this is one of the best methods to set up standards. So it's a right thing about standard costs, so that's not the answer. Yes, standard costs are usually set for 1 year, but it can be changed in the middle, right? Depending on maybe if it's a repetitive job and there's a learning curve going on, right? So based on the learning, they could revise standards, but usually it's set for 1 year. Standard cost can be used for inventory accounts. Yes, you can account for, you can uh, include standard costs in inventory accounts, but standard costing is not US GAAP. So at the end of it, the variance has to be shown, and actually the actual cost only can be shown for external reporting. But for internal reporting, standard cost can be used, especially in backflush costing, when the costs are flushed back into the inventory accounts at standard costs. We will be doing backflush accounting in greater detail later on. So the answer that has to be not correct is this. Standard costs are usually stated in total. That's wrong. It is on a per unit basis, but the budget is on a total basis. So it is just the opposite here. So D is the right answer because it is wrong. So let's go on to the next question. So take some time, read this question, try to answer it by yourself. The strike rate for this question is very, very low. Many people get this question wrong, right? So just have a good look at it. And generally people who are working get this question correct. So your work experience would help in answering this question. So Jura Corporation is developing standard for the next year. Currently, its product, one of the material components, is purchased at 36.45 per unit. It's expected the components cost might increase approximately 10%, and the price could range from, they're giving us a range, okay, per unit depending on the quantity purchased. So the appropriate standard for the next year would be blindly increasing 10% would not be correct because there is a range. If you increase it directly by 10%, it would work to, by the way, you can just calculate it, 36.45 plus 10%. Works out to around $40. It could be 38, and then you would be setting up a very loose standard. Lowest purchase price in the anticipated range would unnecessarily make the standard very tight. Standard should be realistic, not too loose, not too tight. Highest price to ensure only favorable variance is a total wrong approach to for standard costing, right? It cannot be set in order to get favorable variance, because it should be realistic and it should improve the business, not just to show favorable variance. So then D is the right answer. Price agreed upon by the purchase manager and the appropriate level of company management. The reason being, the purchase manager, he actually would get production from the production departments, the amount of quantity to be purchased. So he's in the best position to know how much quantity should be purchased, and depending on the quantity, a price would be somewhere in between these two ranges. So he knows the quantity, he would get the lowest bid among the suppliers, and that could be set as the standard, because purchase manager, whatever he has agreed with the vendors would be the standard. So D is the right answer. And as I told you, many people who are working would get this right, because they know that purchase managers would have the correct prices. So now, let's go to the next question. Which one of the following will allow a better use of standard cost and variance analysis to help improve managerial decision making? So company A does not differentiate between variable and fixed overhead variances. Will not help, is not the best to help is not the best use of standard cost to help managerial decision making, because one of it might be favorable and the company should capitalize on it, and one of it might be adverse and the company should correct it. So if you mix up both, that would not be helping to find out where the problem is and where things are running well. So, nope, not this. Then company B uses prior year's average actual cost as setting standards. It's an easy way to do things. Yes, historical costs have been used to set standards in the past, but it's not the best to improve the managerial decision making. The reason being, sometimes actual cost would have inefficiencies which would be perpetuated. That means it would continue forever. So you keep an inefficient cost as your standard, and that would only breed more inefficiencies. So if a person is sure about their actual cost and if they are sure that it's the best and the same conditions of the prior year is continuing now, like the quantity to be purchased and the work conditions, etc., then they can use it. Otherwise, no, it's not the best. So, company C investigates only negative variances. Yes, that is in a way good, but the problem with this is you should also look into the positive variances, favorable variances. Now, for example, if they have got a favorable labor efficiency variance, it could mean if it is a very big number favorable, it could mean that the standards are set too loosely and may have to be corrected. Maybe a learning curve has taken place and the labor hours have reduced compared to the standard, as giving huge favorable variance. So that has to be investigated. And also, if there's a very favorable material price variance, it means that maybe poor quality is used, so the usage might go up due to spoilages. So all that negative and positive, big negatives and big positives have to be investigated. So that is not the correct thing. And yes, company D constantly revises standards to reflect learning curves. This may be for a repetitive production process, wherein if you plot a graph with units on the x-axis and time on the y-axis, the first unit usually takes the highest time, and thereafter the second unit would reduce in a particular pattern, which has a formula which we will be doing later on in section B, part 2, part 1. So it would actually go on reducing, and later on it would plateau out. It won't go on reducing forever, so it will somewhere stabilize. the time per unit would actually go down. So if you have set the standard as, let's say, 10 hours in the beginning, later on it might become 6 hours per unit. So if you don't adjust that standard, it would show huge favorable variances. So the standard should be adjusted or revised to reflect the learning curve. And it can be kept constant once the learning curves plateau out. So let us say it plateaus out at 4 hours, then that can be a permanent standard, which doesn't have to be revised so often. So D, company D is following the best way to set standard cost, and that would improve managerial decision making, especially for bidding, so that their bids can be competitive. Right, so that is about this question. Let us go on to the next one. So take time, read this question, and then attempt to answer it, pause the recording, then see my explanation. So the manufacturer specification for machine hours per unit would probably be the ideal under ideal conditions. This cannot be put as a standard, especially when the company has averaged 0.83. So no point in tightening the standards so much. Okay, so let's not go into that. 0.78, the benchmark is attainable because a competitor has made it in 0.78 machine hours per unit. So the company Grainger could achieve that. But to actually reduce the standard to this much might be a too tight standard, and the conditions with the best with the competitor the working conditions and facilities might be different. So setting that standard would be unfair. And since his actual results is 0.83, and they had set a standard of 0.800 using engineering studies. So this is a very scientific way to set the standards. It would include activity analysis, time and motion studies. So that would best reflect what the company can attain with its available facilities. Okay, so instead of going directly and benchmarking the standard to the best or the competitor, whatever he has produced, setting this standard, since it is still not achieved, on an average, they are achieving 0.83 machine hours. So they have not yet achieved this standard. So let them achieve the standard which was formed by using engineering studies. So C would be the right one. Let's go to the next question. If any of you all feel something is not correct, the reasoning out is not, the reasons what I'm giving is not logical, please let me know either by WhatsApp or by in office hours, and I will explain further and we can discuss it further. Right, now let's go on to the next question. Yeah, this is a calculation question. It's simple, extremely simple, right? So the company, this is the standard at the moment. Don't calculate it. You don't have to calculate the standard cost per table. Just incorporate the changes. So 10% increase in cost of oak and 5% decrease of screws. And what would be the new standard cost per table? So what you do here is, I'll show you an easy problem solving technique, right? You can type in 3.5 in your calculator and put a plus sign and put 10%. Do it exactly like this. 3.5 plus sign and 10%. 3.5 plus sign and 10% would give us 3.85. We need 10 of those, 10 square feet per oak table. So multiply this into 10 and you will get 385. Put that in the memory. And then this has decreased. So what you do is enter 0.5. Sorry, it's not 385, it is 3.85, 38.5, sorry. Put that in the memory. Right? And then $0.5 you enter in your calculator, minus, put a minus sign and 5%. So I'm doing it the same way. 0.5 minus and 5%. I get 0.475. Put that also in the memory. No, sorry. Before you put that in the memory, multiply it into 12 because 12 screws are required. And then put it in the memory. Put it in the memory. You will get 5.70. After that, you recall the memory. Recall the memory. So if you recall it, you would get 44.2 directly. If you have a quicker way of doing it, you follow your method. But this is what I feel is a very quick method of doing this kind of questions. Use the memory keys and do this way in the calculator, in your 4-function calculator. You should get the answer quite easily. So 44.2 is the correct answer. Let's go to the next question. Okay, so this question says that a company is budgeting direct labor, but it was determining it at the average wage rate for all of its production employees. It's not very correct because some of them would be skilled, and the skilled labor hours, certain amount of skilled labor hours would be required for a product, and the other products can be managed with unskilled labor. So taking an average rate and an unskilled labor when it's used, it would give a very favorable price variance for that product. And taking an average rate when a skilled labor has to be used for a job would give you unfavorable rate variance, price variance, labor price variance, because the skilled labor cost would be high and the average rate could be lower than the skilled labor cost. So that is not a proper method. So a management consultant who advised the company on budgeting process said that when determining the budgeted standard cost for direct labor, the wage rate should be determined only after quantity standard for direct labor is defined. This is very correct because once you know the number of hours required, and out of that maybe some are skilled and some are unskilled, appropriate rate could be used for those certain hours. So the number of hours is very much required in order to determine the standard direct labor rate. So it's always best to have different standard rates for a job requiring different levels of skill. Taking an average would be very it's easy to do, but it will not be very accurate from a managerial decision making point of view. Can be calculated at any point during the budgeting process. No, it has to be done in the beginning itself. Only then the cost of goods sold can be determined accurately. The standard for cost of goods sold. and is calculated at the end of the budgeting process when all relevant costs are known? No, it's one of the inputs for cost of goods sold. Can be determined only after determining budgeted standard cost for material. Usually, the standard cost for materials has no connection in determining the standard cost for labor. Okay. So A is the best answer among the choices. So with that, we finished establishing standards as the budgeting concepts. Now in the next session, we will be going to forecasting techniques. Hello, friends. In this lesson, we are going to talk about forecasting techniques, and in that, we will talk about regression analysis. Let's go to the text and see what it says about regression analysis, and then we would go on further to explain it. So, basically, the most important part, one of the most important parts of planning and budgeting process is the identification of assumptions uh, that the company has to make about the future, because it is forward looking. Planning and budgeting looks into the future. So for that, there are certain assumptions that the company makes